Good evening and welcome to the Township Council meeting for April 8th, 2025, coming to you live from council chambers. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President Joe Kukoviac. Council President.
Mr. Fagan, thank you. Welcome everybody to the April 8th council meeting. We have a packed schedule, so we would like to move along very quickly, not only here, but through the presentations. We have a potentially very large agenda, so we'd appreciate everybody's cooperation. Mayor McCartney. Oh, sorry about that. Please go ahead.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino is coming in the building now. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin. Here. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Kukoviac.
Present.
Mayor McCartney.
Okay, I sort of jumped the gun on this. Mayor McCartney, please take us away.
Council President, Council colleague. We wanted to do the cheerleaders first. We're waiting for Michelle Castellino to come in. So we're going to start with a proclamation because April is also Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And we have representatives from Family Service League here. If you would like to come up and join me as we present this proclamation. One.
Hey.
So this is a proclamation whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month was first nationally recognized in April 2001 to increase awareness on sexual violence and its profound impact on individuals and the community. Sexual violence does not discriminate and affects individuals of all gender, identities, races, ethnicities, ages, socioeconomic backgrounds. Survivors often remain silent due to the fear of blame, shame, disbelief, or re-victimization, making it crucial to foster a culture of belief and support. The goal of Sexual Assault Awareness Month is to bring visibility to the issue of sexual violence and promote prevention efforts symbolized by a teal ribbon, which represents trust, devotion, and healing. The Sexual Assault Awareness Month also expands the focus on prevention education in communities, workplaces, and campuses, encouraging behavior change and respect to prevent the physical, emotional, and social impacts of sexual violence. We have here the Family Service League representative. Family Service League was established in 1881, a nonprofit organization committed to strengthening and supporting individuals with counseling, sexual violence advocacy, and education. The Family Service League provides trauma-informed services to survivors, their loved ones, and the broader community. Sexual assault, violence, and education established by the Family Service League in 2004, state-designated sexual violence program for Essex County. This program plays a crucial role in the county sexual assault response team, which includes forensic nurse examiners, law enforcement, and confidential sexual violence advocates. This multidisciplinary team works to provide direct support to survivors while advancing prevention through education and advocacy. And the numbers are outstanding. Since 2015, the education program has answered 4,145 hotline calls, provided 1,300 support calls to support survivors at hospitals and law enforcement agencies, and served 4,750 survivors of sexual violence through various services. And since 2017, the education program has provided 15,000 sexual violence counseling services. And additionally, since 2021, the sexual assault violence education program has facilitated 1,653 Uber rides to ensure transportation for challenged survivors. They have a safe and reliable transportation to access the services that are needed. So now therefore be it resolved that I, Susan McCartney, Town Council, Mayor of the Township of West Orange in Essex County, recognize April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and commend Family Service League, their education program, for its unwavering dedication to supporting survivors, educating the public, and advocating for the future free of sexual violence. This is an opportunity to call upon all our residents to take an active role in prevention and awareness efforts within our community. Thank you. Nora, if you'd like to say a few.
Thank you very much, Mayor McCartney.
Just speak into the microphone, please.
Uh,
Everybody here.
Council President, Council women, my town, I'm a resident of West Orange, and I work in Essex County. So I'm really grateful for the Township of West Orange for recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month with this proclamation. This is really important for us to raise awareness within our community, to stand with victims and survivors of sexual violence, and create a safer and better world for all of us, and especially for our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
She seemed pretty certain. Councilwoman Castellino is going to take our second event on the conference agenda.
Thank
Please.
you, Mayor and Council President. Always happy to present. I didn't realize, I thought you were going to do the presentation today. So welcome, West Orange PAL. Let's hear you in the room here. Come on, this is our cheer team, a little bit louder. That's more like it. Always an honor to present to this group. They've been here before, and to have them here again is just outstanding achievement. My own daughter being a part of the program for many years, and the program was not what it is today. And I want to thank Cheryl Merklinger and all the other PAL coaches, and I see Lou in the back of the room, and all the other folks of the PAL. If you're here today, if you could just stand up, and all the parent coaches. Come on, Lou. Parent coaches. Takes a lot of work and hard dedication to achieve these accomplishments, and you should all be proud of yourselves and the program for all that you obtained today. PAL has always been a great representative of community support for our student athletes, and our cheer squad is definitely athletic groups, as we know, with all the stunts and activities that you have to provide. But this year, the West Orange PAL cheer team. Oh, thanks. No, these were good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The West Orange PAL cheer competition team represented West Orange with a 9-0 record during the 20.
Asked them to do it.
They don't stand.
Thank you, though.
You guys good? Okay, go. No.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yes.
I was causing trouble. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I want everybody to see this is great compliment for our young athletes. With the 9-0 record during the 2024-25 competition season, this is quite an accomplishment. So let's give them a hand. We have first place 14U at a season opener in Montville, 14U non-tumble UCA, Brookdale Community College, Mount Olive High School, first place 14U non-tumble, Roxbury High School, first place 14U. Davie Brearley Bears annual competition, first place 14U, Mustang Maniac, JFK Memorial High School, first place 14U non-tumble, Edison Cheer Classic, Edison High School, first place 14U non-tumble. Impact March Madness, Brookdale Community College, first place 14U non-tumble, and Impact Last team standing, American Dream Mall. Very cool, ladies. First place, last team standing, 14U non-tumble UCA. The mayor and the township council were very proud to recognize and congratulate the team on their excellent sportsmanship and dedication and much success and future success in the program, which I know you will be because you all work so hard. Again, the great thing about the PL program is just community pride and service to the community. And we're just also proud of you. So I will call up the coaches, Cheryl Marklinger, if you could lead for us. Thank you. Let's give her a hand. Congratulations, coach. You want to say a quick word?
So thank you, Mayor McCartney and Town Council for having us here today. We're truly honored to be recognized by the township. The PAL is a great program serving the youth of West Orange, and I couldn't be more proud of these girls. They started in August with sessions in the lab with Mike Piercy for conditioning and strength training, and as well as practices with Coach Taylor Flixo, myself, Coach Jessica. And once the sideline season dies down, they really ramp it up. And they are nonstop practices, 3 days a week, 2 hours. And it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And these girls put everything into it. So a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, but they had an incredible season. One of the things that I love about our program is that we are the feeder program for the high school. So a shout out to our high school team who made nationals. 90, just for everyone's knowledge, 90% of that team came through the PAL organization. And of those 90%, all of the freshmen were on our cheer competition team last year that was recognized by the town council last year. So truly, a great thing to see the girls go through. And I'm going to be sad to see that we're graduating 12 girls to the high school next year. They're going to do an amazing job with the high school team, but just want to recognize what an incredible job that they've all done this season. And I can't wait to have the rest of you come back next year.
And as Coach Merklinger has mentioned, there are feeder program to the high school, and so important that the PAL be one of our township organizations that always work with our high school coaches to deliver quality programming and just a great moral compass for our student athletes. So thank you, West Orange PAL. With that, Coach, I would like to call up the girls. Do you want to call them out or okay, go right ahead and we'll pass these out.
All right, Abigail Trinidad, Isabel Pollock, Brielle LaBanca. You're gonna come up all the way around. Ellie Blaicano, Juliana Sackman, Kiki Garcia, Kimberly Lopez, Leilani Yaxine Harris, Mira Hagstrom, Morgan Mwange, Liv Laverty, Parker Dozier, Sarah Callie, Sophia Casino, Summer Misso, Violet Conberry. Yeah, Juliet Sackman. And of course, Jessica Tiramonte, who's from my assistant coaches, who's also part of the high school competition cheer team that went to national.
Get back.
Okay, we're gonna get a group picture. I want
Thank you.
to pose and then parents can come up and take pictures as well.
Oh, sure. This one. Oh, I see. Yeah. Get up there.
Okay, everybody look this way and smile. Okay, continue to look. Okay, now just hold that pose because I'm sure there's some proud parents.
That's proud parents. I wouldn't get the other
Councilwoman Castellino, are we going to have a cheer after this? Just to, I know it's on the,
Let's go WESCO and.
Let's feel the pyramids, they'll be on top.
You want me to go over? Liv, call it off. Liv.
WEST.
thank you. Thank you. That worked out finally. An idea that worked out.
Great job, ladies.
I'm sorry?
It's a positive note. Thank you, ladies. And I will do this. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice. I didn't see her.
He's down with, he's down with PC, Michigan in PC. And he's been, Josh Walton from his work. He did, he's a junior. He just registered for his senior year at university. But I wanted to give that to you, because it's been that long. But yeah, you don't like stuff, I'm lying. He went, he's down there with, Jessica and Julie over the summer.
Hey, Tam, is that your youngest?
I'm sorry,
Was that your youngest?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Sorry, what now?
Look like her youngest?
No, her daughter.
I said, does he look like her youngest?
Yeah.
No, her daughter. Oh,
Yeah,
how
yeah.
handsome.
All right, thanks.
Oh, nice. Congratulations. It's fine.
Okay, I know that's going to be a hard act to follow, but if anybody can do it, I think it's Mayor McCartney.
Council President. So just a little history, and this is the Blue Envelope Program that the township put in place only a month or so ago. And the backstory is that back in the fall of 2024, I read in the paper about Washington Township putting together this Blue Envelope Program. And I reached out to the mayor, put me in touch with their police chief, and sent us details. The township has a police clergy alliance. We meet quarterly. And I presented the idea of having a Blue Envelope program in town. And it was really overwhelmingly received. So after a question and answer period, I have Officer Granados here. He gave a presentation to the Police Clergy Alliance and they immediately put it into effect. So I would like Officer Granados and Lieutenant Squires and Jason Padilla. They were all part of this coalition. And I thank the police department for their resources. Thank you.
Good evening, West Orange, at home and here present, Mayor, council members, good evening. I'm Officer Granados, been with the West Orange Police Department 20 years. The mayor asked me to look into the Blue Envelope program. It began in Connecticut and it took off. It's a really popular program throughout the country and the mayor wanted it here. And like she said, February this year, it became a reality. It's active. But the Blue Envelope program is designed to create safer and more positive interactions between law enforcement officers and individuals with autism during a traffic stop. The program provides autistic drivers with a distinct blue envelope to store essential documents such as their driver's license, registration, and insurance information. The envelope also includes instructions to inform officers that the driver is on the autism spectrum. The envelope also includes instructions. Providing specific communication tips to reduce the likelihood of misunderstanding or unnecessary escalations for law enforcement officers. The blue envelope serves as a visual cue, alerting them to modify their approach when communicating with an autistic driver. Officers are encouraged to practice patience, use simple language, and allow extra time for the individual with autism to process information. By improving mutual awareness and communication, the Blue Envelope program aims to reduce stress and anxiety for autistic individuals, helping to prevent potentially volatile situations and promoting positive community relationships between law enforcement and the autism community. To request a blue envelope, families or individuals who would like to participate can request an application from the West Orange Police Department Community Service Unit located at 92 Washington Street. Or if you have any questions, feel free to call me at 973-325-4038. If I'm not around, any of our community officers can assist. Or you can email me directly at hgranados, HGRANADOS@WOPD.org. That's my email. One more note, the prosecutor's office in partnership with the Essex County Sheriff's Department and the Essex County Police Chiefs Association, they will roll out a countywide blue envelope program as well. They will be handing 50 envelopes to all the municipalities in Essex County. For us, it's just a supplement for us. Our program's active, so the more the merrier. The blue envelope looks just like this. When I say I need your license, registration, insurance, I don't need the originals, I just need copies. And with the envelope will be an emergency contact form, just in case the stop went south. I have an emergency person, most likely a loved one I can call to assist so we can resolve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the dais?
How do you get the forms?
Could you speak into the, thank
The
you.
forms, yeah, just contact me via phone number or email or stop at 92 Washington Street or Community Service Building. We can provide a form there. There's a quick application we need to fill out just for our records.
Can you put the forms on the police website as well?
I think they are.
They are.
Someone, the information's online.
Okay,
The information is on our website.
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. I think we're ready for council liaisons. Announcements, report. Councilwoman Castellino.
Sure. So I want to thank everyone who went out to our participating restaurants for last week's West Orange Restaurant Week. Really appreciate the support to our local businesses. A few of them that I stopped in, they were very busy. Feedback was great. We'll do an analysis with the next couple weeks with the Downtown Alliance and between the Public Relations Commission. I want to thank all the commissioners for their support and getting the restaurants signed up. And I really want to shout out to all our restaurants. We had 17 restaurants participate this year, 15 what we call the quick bites restaurants and takeouts with specials. And the website's up all year long. So anytime from someone out of town, leaving the zoo, the museum, the golf course, if anybody Googles, restaurants in West Orange, the site pops up. So people can see it. We're going to leave it up all year. We got great positive feedback last year that drove some traffic to our restaurant owners from the website. So again, thank you to all our sponsors who sponsor the event. So we're able to provide this service free of charge to our business owners to help to support them. Now that is over, Downtown Alliance will be gearing up for June 7th Town Street Fair. So everybody look for your notices. That Saturday is also combined with Thomas Edison Day. Last year, we had 6,000 people visit downtown West Orange, and I'm all pumped up and cranked up because I just came back from Philadelphia late this afternoon from our annual national conference. And just a great opportunity to speak with other downtowns, see what's working, what's not working, going to the workshops. And we're looking forward to sharing it with our commissioners, turnkey and a lot of strategies that we learned over the last couple days, just to keep working on and recruiting more volunteers and just turning our downtown into a more vibrant visitation place for everyone to come. So that's about it, Council President.
That's good. Thank you. Councilwoman.
It's already 7, no new council liaison announcements.
Councilwoman.
I don't have a council liaison report, but I just wanted to make a public announcement, which is that for the past month, if you received the West Orange Chronicle, you might have noticed that we do have crime in West Orange, and we always had crime, but now we all know about it because it is now being reported in the West Orange Chronicle. I wanted to thank the chief for working with myself and with Joe Ungaro from the Washington Post, from the West Orange Chronicle, so that we can read in the paper the crime that is taking place in West Orange. And people might not realize the value of that, but the value is all about transparency. When you know that there is crime in your area and you know what type of incidents are happening, you can take action and you can protect yourself, your home, your neighborhood. So thank you to the chief for making that happen. And I believe you're also posting it on your webpage as well. So just wanted to give that update.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Okay, the seniors, of course, are on the move, working hard on various programs. Laura Van Dyke has been doing a wonderful job making us aware of ageism and has a number of programs coming in May and this fall, so which will be really interesting and a lot of fun, which will bring intergenerational programming together. She's also has a nice transportation has always been one of our most difficult nuts to crack for the seniors. Communications, transportation, and programming, which is our focus. And Laura does have a program at the library this week on transportation for seniors. So any seniors who are interested in learning more about the opportunities for you to get more transportation, come on over to the library. I believe it's the 10th. I have also been working very hard to do my own little focus groups with the seniors. I'm doing a walk and talk, and we're doing some roundtable discussions to get a sense of the challenges that seniors have and how we can develop programming to meet their needs. And that's all I have.
Sounds good. Thank you. I think we're ready, Madam Clerk. Please.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Krokoviac.
Present.
Mayor McCartney. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
So the delay is being caused by my need to get a new laptop. And my keypad doesn't work, so I'm having to use a mouse, and it's been a while. So I apologize. I will be right with you. Okay, first item at the public meeting is public comment. If anybody would like to speak of public comment, let me just explain. You're more than welcome. Just hold on just a second. please come to the podium, speak your name and your address slowly for our minutes, and then you will have up to 5 minutes. And don't feel obligated to use all 5 minutes. We have lots of stuff to do tonight, and just
Not yet.
want you to get through. I want you to speak, but just want you to be cognizant of the time period. I also want to read a few items to keep in mind while you're speaking. And it has to do with, excuse me. It has to do with what our ordinances, our municipal code says about public comment. I just want you to be aware of what essentially the rules of behavior are. But before we get to that, I'm going to let Mr. Fagan talk because he looks like he needs to talk more than I do.
Thank you, Council President. Absolutely, I would have no problem making the cheer team because I do have a loud mouth. So I look forward to this opportunity. Good evening, Council President, your council colleagues, Mayor, and to all the people home in the Zoom audience. Tonight, I would like to start. April is Autism Awareness Month, and this is perfect with the introduction of the, well, not the introduction, the reintroduction, you might say, of the Blue Envelope Program. And April is not just Autism Awareness Month. It's really more about Acceptance Month. It's equally as important as awareness to all the to those in our community and in the world who are on the autism spectrum. So please be aware that this is Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. Equal shares, equally important. Also want to point out that Arab American Heritage Month, we want to acknowledge all the important contributions of Arab Americans within our community and certainly around the world. Congratulations to Noel Douglas of West Orange. She set a new state record at 9 feet,
Awesome.
8.25 inches. Now that's amazing for a pole vault, considering sometimes I'm tripping over a curb. So congratulations to her. Also, the new date, this was originally scheduled for last week, but it has been pushed out. Let's support our West Orange Community Band. The new date, April 9th, Liberty Middle School, 1 Kelly Drive. They always do a great performance. I also want to point out some good news here. The Garden State Municipal Joint Insurance Fund, GIF, I'm sure you never heard of it, but it's property and casualty fund serving 38 New Jersey municipalities, and it's commercial insurance with for municipalities with long-term and cost-effective risk management. West Orange has received an accident-free award of $15,000, and West Orange is one of only 3 municipalities to receive this statewide award in 2024. And the credit goes to the entire staff whose hard work and due diligence has made this possible. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also, Chief Vecchio sent me this picture, and the West Orange Fire Department officially donated 16 self-contained breathing apparatuses.
Wow.
SCBA is the acronym, not to be confused with SCUBA, which is self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. These are for above ground. These units were in place 5 years ago with an award grant, and there's Chief Vecchio with Chief Matthew Percio of the Fire Training Coordinator. I believe that's in Morris County. This Friday begins at sundown. I'm sorry, this Saturday at sundown, April 12th. Happy Passover to all our Jewish friends and neighbors as the Passover season begins. Also, I want to let you know one of our best community partners. There are several. The Lions Club of West Orange are having their annual spaghetti fundraiser dinner on April 10th at the Carnival Cafeteria. Please stop by and support 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. The next Council Connection office schedule where you can come in and talk to the council here is Thursday, April 24th from 6 to 7 p.m. No appointment is necessary, and it's right here in Council Chamber 66 Main Street. Also, Mayor McCartney's next office hours are May 1st. we're still at the beginning of April here, so I'm not even thinking May 1st, but wanted to point that out. And again, no appointment is necessary. This information is on our website, westorange.org. Department of Senior Services is seeking Earth Day volunteer opportunities, and this the actual date is April 22nd, and they need volunteers to go out and clean up yards for senior citizens. This information is on our website, as is a transportation forum, which is very important. I think Councilwoman Scarpa mentioned earlier about transportation. This is going to be at the library from 6 to 7:30 p.m. on April 10th. Everyone knows where the library is at 10 Mooney Circle, and there will be several representatives there to navigate the ins and outs of senior transportation. And this also is on our website, New Jersey Property Tax Relief. There's information there for 3 programs combined into one application. That makes things very easy. As I say, you can go to our website, westorange.org. These are all in the scroll, and you can scroll through them and click on these graphics, these icons, and find out more information at your desire. And you can reach the town council with one single email, council@westorange.org. Thank you very much, Council President, for the opportunity to speak this evening. At this point, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Mr. Anthony Puglisi.
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. I actually have some written notes today. That's the first time in a long time. I'm going to start with some upcoming events. First today, we opened the new Barry Ostrowski Animal Wellness Center at Turtleback Zoo. As the zoo has become more popular and we've brought in additional animals, the AZA, which accredits the facility, told us that we needed a larger and more modern hospital, so that was open today. The thing with the building is that not only is it a hospital, it's also an exhibit. So if you go, you can watch the veterinarians give exams, do operations and other things in the with the animals. And in that vein, it's just an opportunity for us to show the public how much we care for the animals and raise awareness about conservation and all that. Thursday, we're opening another exhibit. That's the Outback Adventure. It's an existing exhibit. The walkway through the exhibit is on a boardwalk. And we found that it was too narrow. People with strollers and wheelchairs could not get through. So it's a wider boardwalk. We made a formal viewing area, and it also links the exhibit with the prehistoric playground and the petting zoo, which is located adjacent to the Outback Adventure. So that opens Thursday at 12 noon. Keeping with the zoo theme, April 26th, which is a Sunday, I believe, is Sensory Day at Turtleback Zoo. That starts at 9 a.m. At this event, we'll try to make it as quiet as possible. No train whistles, no music at the carousel. There are a significant number of visitors who do come to the zoo who have sensory I don't want to say issues, but they have challenges. Thank you. So we just wanted to make a special day for them where they could have a day to themselves. And then even though Joe doesn't want May to begin, May 3rd is our Household Hazardous Waste Collection Day, and May 17th is the Computer and Electronic Day, both in Cedar Grove, and all that information is on our website. At a previous meeting, I'm changing course now. The council did talk about Mount Pleasant Avenue. So the county and several West Orange representatives led by the chief and the assistant business administrator. We met at our Public Works building to go over what has been done and what possibly could be done to enhance that experience along the roadway. So first, I'm going to talk about things that were not going to be pursued because for some reason they keep being brought up. So initially the county was going to install a guardrail along Mount Pleasant Avenue. However, when the resident saw the path of the guardrail, they changed their mind. So we are no longer considering that. There was also a suggestion to install Jersey barriers down the middle of Mount Pleasant Avenue. However, the road is not wide enough to accommodate those barriers. In addition, if we were to install the barriers, it would create another obstacle for vehicles to hit, which could possibly create an even more dangerous hazard for motorists when they cross the center of the road. Then there was a suggestion that the county purchase the Ridge Road parcel at the corner of Mount Pleasant Avenue and Prospect Avenue and straighten the road. That property is too steep. So even if we were to build a road, it would be steeper than the existing roadway. Also, there's a tremendous amount of rock that had to be removed, and I'm sure the residents along that ridge line would not appreciate any blasting and any potential instability to that cliff that the blasting would cause. There's also historical elements to that property and Ridge Road that we would have to maintain if the county were to purchase it, so we don't think that it is economically feasible to do that. Now, the things that we have done or will do. I think within the last couple of years, the speed limit was reduced from 40 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour. Rumble strips have been replaced up from the curb. The section of roadway was repaved with a higher friction material. Flashing lights, the higher friction material on the roadway did not stick, so we are looking at another alternative. The flashing lights and the beacon over the roadway have been upgraded with larger beacons and outfitted with LED lights, which are brighter. That's to warn motorists of the curve. A temporary trailer with a speed radar has been placed at the curve, and a permanent speed radar will be installed in the coming weeks. We also are going to install additional signage alerting motorists about the curve and to slow down. And we will also install additional chevron signs. Chevron signs are the signs that have the arrows pointing to the right. In this case, pointing to the right or pointing to the left. They're the big yellow signs. There's also talks are underway with West Orange to assist the county if we do install signs with lights around the outside of it. We have asked that if the county were to purchase it, if the town would help us maintain that. So that is being discussed. We were also going to investigate whether we can put any additional road markings on the pavement to alert motorists to start to slow down. The county also installed RPMs, which are raised pavement markers. Those are the markers that are on the double yellow line in the middle of the road. So that outlines the lanes. We also asked the town council's liaison, that's Councilwoman, I'm getting old. Castellino. About establishing a school zone in that area because there is the Goddard School at that intersection, and we're just waiting to see if that's permissible to do a school zone there. And then also in conjunction with West Orange, the police officers who were there indicated that in severely inclement weather, they do close the roadway if they feel the conditions are dangerous, and they will continue to do that in the future.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
I was at the meeting, so,
Yes.
but I just do want to commend you and the entire county staff for working so hard and diligently to try to make that area safer. And this is just a reminder to everybody, what would really make it safer is if you slow down. Slow down.
Yes, if everyone drove 25 miles, there wouldn't be any accident.
Yes, indeed. Anybody else have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I just thank you, Mr. Puglisi.
I'm gonna have some ginseng, so I remember this.
That's what I needed in the beginning of the meeting, so.
So now we're ready for a public comment. Let me just read a couple of items from our ordinance that should guide your speaking, and then I want to add a couple words after that. Public comment requires the speaker to first state their name and address, and please just speak into the mic, speak your name slowly, speak your address slowly. It just is very helpful and saves time. Our time limits ordinance, Article 3-15.2 provides time limits that also controls conduct by public comment speakers who, quote, shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provisions of this rule, end quote. 3-16.2, conduct of the public, quote, any person who shall disturb the peace of the township council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by a majority vote of the council, end quote. As an aside, people who watch these council meetings that I've been council president on know that I'm a big First Amendment fan. I'm a big U.S. Constitution fan, and I want everybody to have a chance to seek redress from their government, especially those that I disagree with. But I'm also a big fan of civility, and I think the lack of civility and manners contributes to the national political conflict and inability to reach a middle ground. I think of our council as a place to discuss our differences and often to find compromise to make West Orange an even better place to live. So I urge all of us to treat everyone else as they would like to be treated. You can make your point without insulting anyone else or cursing. And I will enforce the ordinances. Okay, so please, anybody who would like to speak, you can come up to the dais, come up to the podium, and if you want to line up behind, give her, 5 or 10, about 5 feet. And I just want to make one more announcement before we get this going. A late deletion from the agenda. The administration, you want to just read? You want to? Okay. The administration has pulled proposed ordinance 2914-25. That is the ordinance to put in overlay zoning at the Mayfair Farms property. So we will not be considering any legislation related to that today. You're certainly welcome to come speak, but it's not going to make any progress in the consideration of that ordinance because it's no longer on the agenda. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Valerie Palma DeLuisi. I am an attorney. I represent Lieutenant Tito John, who is a West Orange police lieutenant and a resident. Due to Daniel's law, I will not publicly state his home address because, of course, as you're aware, it's protected.
It's actually for you as the speaker. You don't have to speak anybody else's address or name.
Okay. I represent a West Orange resident and police lieutenant. I am not personally a resident.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
We just, for our minutes, we will show who spoke and where they're from.
Okay, no problem. My firm address is 1425 Broad Street in Clifton.
Thank you.
Thank you. West Orange is home to approximately 50,000 residents, and approximately 60% of them are minorities. West Orange Police Department prides itself on recruiting and hiring minority officers. However, promoting minority officers doesn't seem to be happening. And for the record, I'm not blaming the chief for that. We're blaming the mayor. And we are here to make sure everyone is aware that there is an issue so that the issue can be resolved without having to escalate into litigation. So we're here to solve a problem, not to create one. An opening for captain became available on August 1st, 2024. The position is in the table of organization. It is in the budget. And the town staff directory on the website shows that the Office of Professional Development has a captain vacancy. Now, this is a really important office, and right now it has a vacancy. West Orange has never had a minority captain. And for some reason, there seems like there's not going to be one now for no articulable reason. Lieutenant John sits first on the list. This is a meritorious promotion. This is a civil service department. He took the exam. He is first on the list. There is an opening. There has been an opening. He would be the first minority captain. He is not being promoted. He didn't retake the test because he thought he would get made as he should have been. However, if he is skipped over and he dies first on the list, everyone else who took the test and who will be on the new list starting in May, they're all white. And we're just finding it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. There is no justification for failing to promote my client who made it on merit. This is not DEI. This is a merit-based promotion that my client is being denied. And it certainly appears on its face that he is being denied because he is a minority. There has never been a minority captain. And if my client is not promoted now, it will be years before there is an opportunity to make another one. We find that appalling and we think you should be made aware so that you can correct it. You want to vitalize downtown. That's great. The way to do that is to ensure that it's safe. The crimes are now being reported in the local media. Well, you want to keep that news section as small as possible, right? The way to do that is to ensure that the police department is fully staffed and functional. Right now, you're operating short a captain. The mayor came here, the police chief came here in 2017 and asked for a 5th captain position to be added to the budget and table of organization. This body approved it, but now you're operating one short. And if it's not because my client's a minority, well, I have not been told any other possible reason that it can be. This town talks a good game about inclusion. I am asking you to practice what you preach and ensure my client receives his merit-based promotion. Thank you. And I went under the 5 minutes, so you're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate that you are enthusiastic and are engaged, but clapping, I would like not to see. It simply takes up time. So please reconsider your desire to clap. Please go ahead.
Hi, how are you? My name is Rashera Jones. I reside at 44 Rock Spring Road. I'm also the co-chair of the West Orange CPAC. I'm here for the Blue Letter Program and also to bring awareness to this being Autism Awareness Month. And in addition, with the Blue Envelope Program, I wanted to mention another program that is here and a part of the West Orange Police Department, which is called Take Me Home. And with Take Me Home, we feel that that will be a nice 1-2 or go well with the Blue Envelope Program because it gives a sticker, a West Orange Police sticker that has the symbol of autism on it. So I know that the Blue Envelope Program is for the individual who has a disability, but 9 times out of 10 with our community, those individuals are driven by the parents like myself. And with this decal and this sticker, it's a way for the police officer and people who are driving behind us to know that the driver might not be disabled, but we may be driving someone who is, because my daughter is nonverbal and I have that decal. And I think that that is something that would work together with that. I've spoken to Officer Mango about it. She's also helped me out a lot about it. And I think right now we just need more stickers and that hopefully we can merge those two together. So in conjunction with Autism Awareness Month, we wanted to kind of put that in, and we're here representing the West Orange CPAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brian Miranda. I live in 360 Valley Road. I have the signatures of 16 of my neighbors from Valley Road, and it's a petition to restrict Las Palmeras Restaurant from operating from midnight to 2 a.m., saying they should close at midnight. The unanimous reason, and let me backtrack. I was nervous to knock on my neighbor's doors because Valley Road is not really like a bacon neighbors, some pie type of street, but it was a unanimous decision. And this is because there's lots of crime, people fight in the street, there's chaos. And really if we want to address crime, there should be no reason why there's a nightclub in the middle of a residential street. That's the first matter. Secondly, I live closest to this restaurant. Everyone in attendance would be outraged if they heard bass in their bedroom at night when they want to read a book. You would be outraged at 8 p.m., but for me, it lasts until 2 a.m. every single night. This is damaging for my health and my peace at night. I am a business owner and I am pro-business, and I can assure you that this business would not go bankrupt from lowering their music at night. They somehow have a liquor license against all odds, I may add, because we all know the things that they do. And they serve food throughout the day. Just look at how much they've remodeled their property. They are not struggling. Just look at how many noise fines they've been able to pay after I keep calling. They are not struggling. I support Restaurant Week in West Orange, but I do not support Nightclub Week. So what is a possible solution? Change the language in the ordinance, the noise ordinance, from stating, so the officers show up to my home and they tell me noise must be heard at least 25 feet away. My house is within 25 feet. I live well within 25 feet. So my house just doesn't matter in this rule because I live too close. I'm exempt from it, the noise being in violation. It makes no logical sense. Let me repeat it. These people, I'm sorry, I don't want to say these people, these officers show up and I respect them. And they say to me, oh, we don't hear this 25 feet away, but we hear it clearly in your driveway. We just can't mark it a violation. And I respect it. We got to follow the rules, but I'm here to ask, can we please change this funny rule? Secondly, I've received many suggestions to let West Orange Police Department into my bedroom at 1 a.m. Let me paint a picture. They play music every single night. If I'm supposed to let the West Orange Police Department in my bedroom, I'm supposed to do that every single night? It's insane. I'm not the one breaking the rules. I shouldn't have to do all this work. West Orange Police should go into their place, not mine. You'll see sirens going off from music. It's an insane nightclub in there. And lastly, to be only able to begin complaining at 11 p.m. is really late. I want to go to sleep at 8. So for me to wait 3 hours in my bed until I'm allowed to call, I think is excessively late to say, oh, anything past 11, that's when something's in violation. 8 p.m. for me is nighttime. And the person that lives next to Leland Park, I can't pronounce it, Leland Park Bar, they couldn't make it tonight, but I know other people in this town are affected, and I'm going to read their text. You speaking today already helps both of us. Feel free to mention how other residents are dealing with similar situations, like my case. I think it's important that they hear this is not just one business. It's a pattern across West Orange where more establishments are disrupting quiet residential neighborhoods. And let's see what else I got. I got a minute. I got to make it count.
You don't have to.
No,
It's not a requirement.
I have to. I ask you to please consider my perspective. I live through this every single day. The patrons in this restaurant have a nice vibe for an hour or two. They get drunk and they move on with their life. I deal with this every single night. Please be considering of this. And just because they're a business doesn't mean they can break the rules. And this is a broader discussion, but maybe West Orange should review what licenses are given to businesses in residential zones. Are we really a town that allows nightclubs in the middle of a residential street? Milburn would never allow this. Towns like that, like why can't we be at this standard as well? And thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Ms. Miranda, you're going to leave your signatures,
Yes.
okay. Would you please put your address and, not address, your email address and phone number on that so that council can get back to you? Somebody will get back to you.
Will I write this?
That's fine. Thank you. Thanks for your thoughtfulness.
Hello again. My name is Shannon Breen. I'm at 325 Gregory Avenue. During the last town council meeting, the ordinance for roadway improvements, including those that are grant funded, was tabled. That same ordinance is up again for a vote tonight. Our Gregory advocates and a growing number of concerned neighbors understand that this specific ordinance doesn't cover most of our needed traffic changes. It is a critical step, though, to get these roads paved and other necessary work done. But it's most critical that we avoid setting a precedent for allowing grants to expire and putting our town at risk of losing future grants. Our hope going forward is to work together with the council and administration to get these safety measures implemented. New Jersey now has the distinction of being the most dangerous state in the country for car crashes and top 20 for pedestrian deaths. Essex County specifically has one of the highest rates of pedestrians killed and injured in the country. Between 2018 and 2022, 915 pedestrians were killed in vehicle accidents, some of them children. 106 of those were in Essex County alone. The numbers and the stories tell us that it's not getting safer. In fact, it's getting more dangerous every year. We see it in our communities. We see and hear about impatient drivers going around other cars that are stopped at crosswalks or stopped for school buses. Crossing guards are getting hit. An elderly woman in Orange named Lois Scott was killed in a crosswalk by an SUV just 5 days ago. Another elderly person, Lee Gilbert, was killed in Nutley about a week ago after being struck by a vehicle. A teenage pedestrian was killed in Maplewood last fall. Multiple children were recently hit while walking to school in Maplewood. Never mind the countless near misses. It happens all the time. The distracted drivers, the speeding through school zones. West Orange Police Department told me from January 2022 to fall of 2024, an almost 3-year period, that only 9 tickets total were issued on Gregory Avenue, 7 for careless driving and 2 improper lane changes. We were informed that the speed can't really be enforced in the area of Gregory and Walker, which is where Gregory Elementary is, because it's, quote, not conducive to speed enforcement there. In other words, drivers are allowed to go as fast as they'd like with no consequences. It's the Autobahn. We see the polarization in Washington. We see it here too. Discord between the council and administration, between our own residents. This is our town, our community, where we choose to live and raise our kids. We're a diverse town and might disagree on a number of issues. I mean, who knew lawn equipment could be so divisive? But we can all agree on making our streets safer. None of us want our kids or anyone to get hit by a car just crossing the street in their own neighborhood. Councilwoman Rudin said this shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Councilwoman, this is personal to you, as you've shared with us before that your sister was killed in a pedestrian accident. We appreciate your advocacy and know this issue is important to you. You're the council liaison for the West Orange Pedestrian Safety Board, and we'd love to get together with you to figure out our next steps after this ordinance passes tonight and passes on second reading on April 22nd. Councilwoman Scarpa, you shared last meeting that you were recently rear-ended backing out of your driveway on Gregory Avenue, and that you would be reaching out to us soon, and we look forward to working more closely with you on this. And Councilwoman Castellino, I know you care deeply about this too, pedestrian safety in particular, and have been supportive and responsive to our efforts. You've been there for meetings with the community and have been very encouraging. And Councilwoman Gabba Mickle, you grew up in West Orange, went to school here. Your son now goes to school here. You work for the county in your day job, and you've been working in government for more than a decade. Yeah. You're no stranger to this issue, and I know your shared support in the past. And Council President Krakowiak, you were very encouraging to me personally last fall with our efforts, and even shared some institutional knowledge on how to make it all happen. You understand the system that we're dealing with. You're a self-described numbers nerd. You've said that you want to improve the quality of life for West Orange residents, and we hear you about your debt concerns, and we have them too. We understand that our town is dealing with serious debt issues and there's a need for some austerity measures. But we do need to prioritize safety above all else. We need to prioritize our roads, our routes to school, and not in a piecemeal sort of way. It shouldn't take 5 or more years to break ground on installing sidewalks and months or years for crosswalks or signage or lowering and enforcing the speed limit in school zones or other safety initiatives. We need to figure out how to push forward and faster. And we need to do that together. We can't wait for another tragedy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Good evening.
You can move the microphone up closer to your mouth if you'd like.
Sure. Thank you. My name is Frank Bars. I live at 4 Ridgeview Avenue. My house is at the corner of Ridgeview Avenue in South Valley, across from the Fellowship Baptist Church, and diagonal to Valley Vintage. During the 26 years that I've lived here, South Valley Road has become an increasingly heavily traveled and dangerous roadway. From a poorly designed retaining wall on the west side of South Valley, going south into South Orange, to drivers near 175. This has been the scene of many accidents, including at least one fatality. Our neighbors are a mix of families with young children, several who walk their dogs, middle-aged adults who walk to the jitney stop and home from the train, and older adults who walk for exercise. Some neighbors have slow mobility and others are wheelchair bound. Shoppers come to this area to patronize the establishments along South Valley from Ridgeview Avenue north to Rollinson. They park on Ridgeview and other perpendicular streets to cross South Valley, to go to South Valley Vintage or to the cleaners or to the nail salon or to Harper's Cafe or to South Valley Barbecue or to the CVS shopping area. Everyone at some point who comes to that area crosses South Valley Road. Needless to say, ours is a very busy and dangerous area for pedestrians, made worse with parking allowed on both sides of the road and a narrow sidewalk with broken slabs in some areas on the east side mainly. If the administration is truly interested in developing commerce in West Orange, focusing on this area with the benefit of improving safety conditions would be a good place to start. Bond Ordinance 2915-25, which calls for improvements and repairs to portions of South Valley Road in this area, attempts to address some safety issues with curbs, sidewalks, and ADA compliant ramps. The bond will include CDB and DOT grants to cover town required down payments. This, however, falls far short of helping people to safely cross South Valley Road. Prior to its revision, this bond ordinance, identified as 291025, included item number 7, purchase and installation of common measures, including but not limited to signs, striping, and LED high visibility lights. This item was identified only for Kelly Drive, but was eliminated from the revised ordinance, presumably because it required a down payment on the part of the township. I sit on the Older Adults Advisory Board along with Councilwoman Scarpa. Nearly every month during the public comment portion of our meetings, someone tells us how dangerous it is for pedestrians to navigate the streets and sidewalks in West Orange due to poor traffic control and poor underfoot conditions. Right now, as we speak, West Orange is not friendly to pedestrians. This kind of modification and the equipment I previously described is exactly what's needed at several crossing areas along South Valley Road, specifically at Nassau Street, Tremont Avenue, Ridgeview Avenue, and Ludington, and should be included in this ordinance. We all realize that funds are tight, and we appreciate the focus on fiscal responsibility that the town council is taking. But sometimes we need to spend money in order to save in the long run. Investing in the safety of our residents and helping our shop owners to sustain and grow their businesses is one of those times. Please find a way to pass this ordinance, including the addition of calming measures with signs, striping, and LED high visibility lights at the locations mentioned, and allow our community to take advantage of these available grant funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bars.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Akil Khalfani. I am a long-term West Orange resident. I live at 7 Glennon Place. I have a couple of points I want to bring up tonight. First and foremost, it wasn't on my agenda to bring up, but I want to support Lieutenant Tito John in his pursuit of becoming captain. I think that my son has gone through the Explorer program you guys have here, and we have good relationships with the officers, and I think it's important that we continue to develop in that area and be considerate of the fact that we need to have a diverse set of folks at all levels in the captain and all the different levels in the police department. I think that as we look at those things, we need to make sure that we look broadly. And I'm someone who studies race relations. I'm a sociologist,
And I think that, you know, if you have questions, someone who's an expert in the area, I'd be glad to provide any insight on that and can look at data to address some of those things. But I think we need to make sure we consider those things as we're doing. But first thing I actually came to talk about, I sit on the board of the Black Inventors Hall of Fame Museum that is proposed at the Mayfair Farms lot, which we're purchasing 5.5 acres. I know some questions have been brought about that, and I want to just say that my hope is that here in the township that we have full support for this endeavor. As the past vice president of the West Orange African Heritage Organization and a professor who has lots of students who live here in West Orange, and just as an educator, I think that this is a great opportunity for West Orange as part of the state of New Jersey to here have an opportunity to represent something that's going to transform not just West Orange, not just New Jersey, but the United States. There is no Black Inventors Hall of Fame museum that exists in the US. And so this is a rare opportunity for West Orange to take the lead on something that is going to be a long time benefit, asset to students, staff, community, and tourism in the township. They could bring revenue because you know, sometimes people think that we won't have room, but we also have revenue generating opportunities through the museum that will continue the space that we're continuing to use the Mayfair Farm space building, the physical edifice that's there. So that's going to continue to be there. So it is a landmark in town. And so we continue to build on that. And I just want us, as we're looking at that and then the property next door, that we make sure that we're making the types of analyses and comparisons that are fair and do not present anything that's going to impede the process. There was a notice that was put out about it, and it had a picture on it with that highway, that street being a 2-lane highway. It's a 4-lane road, so there was a little bit of deception in terms of that presentation. I think we have to make sure that we present to the population a clear image about what's going on in terms of traffic, in terms of other things. We've looked at a lot of these things, and we're continuing to work with the township to push that in the most strong and the best way. It will do something for the students in the community that connects the Edison Museum in ways that may not have been done right now. I think that the synergy between the West Orange, well, the Edison Museum and the Black Inventors Hall of Fame is going to be, we're looking forward to doing things with them. We're before the state of New Jersey right now, or for funding. We're up for being considered on their budget, their current budget, for $7 million. So that's going to contribute substantially to our endeavors. And we are continuing to build in that process. We have lots of letters of support from colleges and universities in the area, from school districts in the area. And all of this momentum is something I think we should take strongly in consideration as you look to do all the things necessary to bring that space into being. The only other thing I had that I wanted to mention was about, and this is maybe a little more selfish piece, and that is that where I live over by, I live on Glennon, but coming to Glennon is Sayers, and parking over there is horrific. If there's a lot of, I guess people park on our block who come from other areas on Glennon, but there also is a problem with the Sayers is wide enough for parking on both sides, but the parking is only allowed on one side, and then the ticketing is like water.
Your time is
water
up.
being poured over. Every morning there's tickets on cars all over the place. Now some of them are parking illegal on close to the corners, but there's no spaces.
Dr. Calfani.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please complete your.
Yeah. So that's all I want to say. Is just
okay.
Is that if we can just if we can do a study or whatever is needed to consider bringing parking into that area, it would be of tremendous help.
Thank you. It's near the Powell Field.
Hi, good evening. Hello again. I'm Erin Robbins. I live at 6 Ridgeview Avenue. I am one house away from South Valley Road. I was here for the last meeting and told you of how treacherous the road conditions are on South Valley Road. Since then, We have been working tirelessly to understand the ordinances, and I have spoken to myriad community members who have shared their stories and experiences, further solidifying the evidence that we are in dire need of restoration for this road and this project. Once again, I am here to advocate for you to push through ordinance number 2915-25. From the neighbor who just 2 weeks ago heard a scream and then tires screeching outside of his window on Luddington and South Valley, to the shop owner, Elise Alfandre of Valley Vintage, who actually gets out in the road and directs traffic in front of her shop so patrons can cross safely, all along praying, please don't die, to another neighbor on Meeker Street, sharing that the crossing guard at Walker and South Valley was removed, but that she eventually gave up after months of trying to advocate and to understand a labyrinth of red tape and political puzzlements. To my near traffic collision just this morning, while turning left out of Ridgeview Avenue, where there's a terrible blind spot of cars parked, and of course, as you know, no crosswalks, no stop signs, nothing to indicate that there is another street coming, while taking my child to school. Each day that passes brings us closer to an entirely avoidable but utter tragedy. Amidst this new mission I and we have taken on in the past few months, and it is a mission. I have a part-time job now, on top of all of my other jobs. I spoke with my mom, a resident of West Orange for many years, about the efforts we're collectively putting forth to get this ordinance through. She lived in the house I live in now for 30 years before retiring down to the Jersey Shore. While living here, she lost her vision to macular degeneration. She reminded me that crossing South Valley Road was terrifying for her, and she avoided it at all costs. This was 20 years ago. She told me she always thought that this little corner of West Orange was neglected, and she never understood why. I don't understand why. We don't understand why. Nothing about the roads in this little corner of West Orange has changed in over 20 years, except that we have more traffic, more school buses, more families, more older folks, more shop owners and small businesses, more humans and even animals, dogs and deer and bunnies. And yet here we are, still 20 years later, in the same place, broken roads, dangerous crossings, broken and missing signage, poor traffic flow, no crossing guards, flooding issues, and no safety precautions whatsoever for pedestrians or drivers. Yet, I took a walk up through the Roosevelt neighborhood a few days ago in West Orange. Guess what I saw? Brand new double crosswalk signage, paving, proper curbs everywhere I looked. And these are calm, quiet streets, not a car in sight. I could lie down in the middle of the road. How can this be? I don't understand. How can you not take this more seriously? Will you please take it more seriously? What is stopping you all from putting your issues with one another, with yourselves, whatever it is, aside and taking care of your community? The community that elected you into office deserves to be heard and taken seriously, and we deserve to be safe, and we deserve to have pride in where we live. We have this golden opportunity to receive something that can change our very everyday experiences, something we can feel good about and be proud of, like the rest of West Orange, as well as the surrounding towns. Please don't squander this opportunity. We need it. We need you to learn how to work together to lead this community in a purposeful, wise, safe, and fair way, and to pass this ordinance. And we will not stop until that happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins.
My name is Jennifer Jones. I live at 239 South Valley Road. And I was here also 2 weeks ago. I am once again voicing my support for bond ordinance 2915-25. I know that since we were last here, Councilwoman Rudin actually did pay a visit to my next door neighbor, Charlie Biskupik. I know that you may be in receipt of his email about the dangers that are at our corner, South Valley Road and Luddington, where our driveways come out onto Luddington. However, our street addresses are at South Valley Road. Mr. Biskupik gave me permission to just mention his email since he is attending to bedtime duties at home with his very young child, which I must say, again, surround our property. West Orange has done a great job of attracting young families with young children to its neighborhoods and schools, and we want to really support the families that have come in. These families also are often commuting into the city. So not only are they trying to cross South Valley Road with, as I mentioned last time, strollers, toddlers and, hand in hand, they're also crossing maybe dark times of day in the morning and the evening. And they've all told me, the people who surround our property, that they take their life in their hands every time they do it. So that is a lot to ask of our older and newer residents. Again, I would like to echo what was said at the last meeting, which is, though I have older children, oldish children now, who are 11, they are yearning for more independence, and we would like to give that to them. We would like to allow them to be able to cross their own street and be able to walk, down to maybe some of the shops that are there and patronize the businesses that are there on South Valley Road. There are a few, obviously Harper's Cafe, the nail place, since I have twin girls. Things that they would like to be able to do more independently, and we would like to patronize those businesses. We kind of rarely do, because even though it's right down the road, we're not really walking that way very often. So again, just here to voice that support for the ordinance, and thank you for taking the time that many of you have taken to get to know more about this corner of West Orange, which borders South Orange, and we should show it some love. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ellis Tracy. I reside at 268 Gregory Avenue on the corner of Orange Heights. My family has lived here for 9 years, and during that time, I've served as a teacher at Gregory Elementary School. I also perform the school duty of monitoring traffic in the teacher parking lot, school bus loop, and the kiss and go lanes during student arrival. In addition to being a resident and school employee, I'm also a mother of 2 Gregory students who walk to and from school often independently. I also walk my dog every morning in the Gregory neighborhood and witness my former students navigate the rush hour traffic patterns as they travel to Roosevelt Middle School or towards their bus stops to Edison or West Orange High School. It should go without saying that I feel heavily invested in the safety of my children, Gregory families, my former students, and myself. I personally cross Gregory Avenue on foot at least 6 times a day, and every time feel that my life is at risk. The speed at which cars travel down Gregory Avenue is appalling and rarely enforced. During our time here, I've witnessed countless accidents caused by speeding, reckless driving, wildlife crossings, illegal passing, and more. It should go without saying that I feel heavily invested in the safety of my children. I am here today in support of the capital improvements ordinance that was tabled during the council meeting. From what I understand, there are multiple traffic safety grants that are set to expire, totaling more than $1 million, along with the time and efforts of many community members. The importance of this ordinance cannot be overstated and needs to be expedited to ensure that these grants are secured for the safety of our communities. It would be egregious to lose out on this opportunity for our town and its youngest citizens. The ordinance that we're supporting includes a number of traffic safety improvements throughout Gregory. Currently, the families that live on Orange Heights Avenue in the University Hill neighborhood have to backtrack to Forest Hill Road or to Walker Avenue to find a crossing guard or crosswalk. This is 0.3 miles of heavily trafficked road without a safe path for crossing. For anyone who has ever parented small children to get their shoes on and to get out the door to school on time, you will understand that this extra walk is often not feasible. While monitoring the parking lot from 8:15 to 8:45, I witnessed countless families crossing Gregory Avenue, having to flag down oncoming traffic, dash across the road with small humans in tow. A crosswalk here has overwhelming community support with over 500 petition signatures, and support of the house is directly impacted by a crosswalk, one of which is my own. I also frequently witness near collisions as cars attempt to drop off people near the school, navigate buses, or attempt to pass others who are pulled over for moving slowly. Every day I fear that I will witness an unthinkable tragedy involving our community's beloved children. While walking my dog between 7:15 and 8, I see middle school students traveling independently to bus stops or Roosevelt Middle School. In conversation with a crossing guard at Walker and Lowell, she regularly expresses her grave fears about the speed at which cars travel down Walker Road. During rush hour, cars frequently use Walker as a cut-through to South Mountain Reservation to avoid traffic lights at Northfield and Mount Pleasant, leading to an increased non-local traffic. Even with speed humps, the cars travel quickly and carelessly as distracted teens, often with headphones and without sidewalks, navigate their school commute. Gregory School also recently built a new playground for students and families. This has created a wonderful new social hub on both school days and weekends, drawing more kids and families toward the school campus. Without adequate pedestrian safety and precautions for travel, this also becomes a dangerous liability. There's also a lack of appropriate pedestrian lighting on both sides of Gregory Avenue. On occasion, I walk to and from the school in the evening for school events or Girl Scout meetings, and there's a lack of lighting between the school and the parking lot and Orange Heights Avenue. The issue of visibility is also a concern for our high school students who travel to the bus stop located at our corner in the winter months when it is still dark and before the crossing guards are on duty. As a mother, an educator, and community member, I respectfully implore you to increase pedestrian safety in the neighborhoods surrounding Gregory School. Specifically, I request a crosswalk and crossing guard at Gregory Avenue and Orange Heights. I also ask for increased police presence and enforcement, decreased school zone speed limits, increased sidewalks, and improved pedestrian lighting. There is adequate evidence of the severity of this issue, as well as community support, and the stakes could not be higher. Our children's lives must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Andrew Lamberson, 15 Florence Place. As a resident of the Gregory neighborhood, I am concerned about the tabling of the capital improvement ordinance from last meeting. Due to the safety grant set to expire at the end of this month or the early May, there is more than $1 million to improve our streets, specifically Gregory Avenue. And I have the West Orange Vision Zero document right here where Gregory Avenue appears, as it is a major artery through a town, through multiple parts of this document saying how unsafe it is. I have a child who will be entering kindergarten in September, and I am concerned about the lack of sidewalks on the western side of Gregory Avenue. Councilwoman Scarpa, we are neighbors. You live on that western side of Gregory Avenue. You have no sidewalk in front of your house, and you campaigned on making the town more accessible to all. I have been in multiple situations, much like the last speaker, who have, when I've been pushing my baby stroller recently across Gregory Avenue, where I have either been blown past by a car or have basically went to another part of the street to cross because it was unsafe. Residents of Orange Heights, like the last speaker, they put up signs asking for a protected crosswalk as well as a crossing guard. We have that on the corner of Lawrence and Gregory. However, if I am alone, if I am pushing my stroller, if I am with other groups of people, if I have seen people walking with their children to Gregory School, which I am going to do in September, or my wife is going to do in September, they have basically turned around and walked up the hill, up Lawrence Avenue, and up around Lowell Place in order to get to school, which is obviously a huge hill and much out of their way in order to do that. I work at West Orange High School, where we are no stranger to budget cuts. We are about to have a very large class of kindergartners enter Gregory School and the rest of our schools in September, my daughter included. In education and in any dealings with public money, we like to say, if you don't use it, you lose it. So we need to spend the money. The grants are there. We need protected crosswalks. We need more crossing guards. We need sidewalks in order to not cross Gregory Avenue. I shouldn't have to take my kids across Gregory and then cross on Walker just to get to school. Also, one last thing, the Department of Education meeting is April 28th at the high school. If you care about our school's budget, I invite everyone in this room to show up to the meeting as we are facing serious cuts across the entire district, as well as staff and programs for our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Williams and I reside on Buckingham Road. I am here today to discuss the Mayfair Farms redevelopment proposal. It's important that we bring clarity, facts, and common sense into this conversation, not fear, misinformation, or political posturing. Let's start with what's been missing from some of the narratives that I've seen on social media. West Orange is legally obligated to plan for over 1,000 affordable housing units. I'm sure you all are aware of that. This isn't a suggestion, it's a mandate. If we fail to create a realistic path forward for meeting our affordable housing obligations, the courts can and will impose solutions that leave our town with zero local input. Mayfair is one of the few parcels that allows us to plan intelligently with infrastructure access, proximity to transit, and the potential to integrate affordability, sustainability, and economic growth. High-rise, high-density nightmare. Let's stick to the facts. The proposed maximum height is just over 70 feet, consistent with other developments in similarly zoned areas of town. These aren't downtown skyscrapers. They're modern, well-designed buildings that reflect regional housing needs and market trends. The alternative, sprawl, higher taxes, and losing local control over future development. There are environmental protections in place. No developer can just cut down trees at will. West Orange has a tree ordinance that requires either replanting or paying into a township fund that directly supports reforestation. Let's not weaponize environmentalism to block needed progress, especially when the same project can incorporate green building practices and stormwater management improvements. Traffic concerns are valid. Let's be honest. The Eagle Rock Prospect area has traffic problems because it's a regional corridor, not because of one proposed housing development. Smart development allows us to invest in safer streets, upgraded intersections, and traffic calming infrastructure. Blocking housing doesn't fix traffic. Better planning and investments do. There's nothing spot zoning about this. This ordinance is about aligning the site's zoning with its highest and best use. That's planning, not spot zoning. What's truly reckless is pretending we can ignore our obligation and let properties like Mayfair sit underutilized while residents struggle with affordability and rising taxes. The master plan is not being erased, it's being implemented. The master plan entails hours of resident input, expert testimony, and data analysis. The Mayfair corridor was always seen as a candidate for mixed use and residential development. We have a memory care facility that was also just completed there. Especially as our housing costs continue to rise and our population diversifies, we need affordable housing. We need workforce housing. We need housing so that my son can afford to live outside of my house. That's him back there. Here's the bottom line. We need smart growth, not scare tactics. We need housing options for young families, for our seniors, for our working people, not just large lot single family homes that exclude everyone else. And we need leaders who understand that planning is about meeting all of our community's needs, not just the agenda of specific advocacy groups. Let's build a West Orange that's sustainable, inclusive, and economically sound, not one paralyzed by misinformation and fear of change. Thank you.
Good evening, Seth Weisletter, 17 Howe Drive. So I am also here on the ordinance of Mayfair Farms. I'm all in favor for a Black Investors Museum. The more museums, the more culture we can provide to our residents, the better. It's a great opportunity. However, I must raise significant concerns. Here we are coming again of talking about another zoning overlay. Look what's happening to the Wessex Highlands project. That was because this body decided to enter into an agreement because of fair share housing issues. And we are stuck with a major development and a major problem. And because of an ordinance, we bottlenecked our planning board, our zoning board, and the residents are raising, well, explicitive. But anyway, this cannot be again. The ordinance, while ambitious in scope, lacks foundations for planning, integrity, transparency, and due diligence required to shape the future of West Orange. It is a great thing to have the museum, but guess what? We can't do this without a planner. This is a major planning action without a planner. We're talking about streets, safety, everything. We're all trying to do it piecemeal. There's infighting, outfighting. It's your fault. It's their fault. Enough is enough. Let's hire the right people for this town, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a town planner. If this institution can't run efficiently, all this goes out the window. We're missing grants, et cetera, et cetera. It all goes back to having a town planner. West Orange does not have a town planner on staff. This begs the question, who's writing these ordinances? Who wrote that ordinance on that agenda this evening? I don't see authors next to each of these ordinances. Going forward, I would like to see on the agenda, we talk about visibility, clarity, put your name next to it. Who authored that? Which attorney did you go to? I don't even know how many attorneys we're using in this town. Was an attorney even consulted? Are things correct? Not correct? I have no idea. And the amount of research we're spending, the people are spending to try to figure this all out, it's a disaster. So let's make sure that our ordinances have footnotes and authors on it when they're on the agenda. And why was it pulled tonight? There's a discussion. We all made plans to be here, and then last minute it gets pulled. I don't know why or who pulled it, but anyway. We need to conduct necessary impact analysis, traffic, infrastructure, environment, economic. We can't have an overlay zone. Was this crafted by a developer's plan under the pretense of public planning? Without a town planner to lead or vet proposals, this ordinance lacks professional credibility and appears to be developer-driven rather than community-centered. We need to move back to being community-centered and not developer-driven. This continues, the developers are going to continue to take advantage of West Orange, fight us in the courts, more litigation, more spending, and the attorneys and the developers are going to win, and West Orange is going to lose. The museum is in the wrong place. This is not a town-centered location by Target and by that intersection. Cultural institution thrives on foot traffic, visibility and connectivity to other civic uses. Mayfair Farms is isolated and lacks the public synergy. Where is our public input? Who consulted? Who in the community asked for this? It's unclear if neighborhood residents, adjacent owners, local institutions were engaged in any meaningful discussion. Who benefits from this? Who stands to profit? All these questions come up. A proper redevelopment plan under local redevelopment and housing. We need a formal planning process. We need clear declarations. We need to adopt the relevant redevelopment plan. We refer back to our master plan. That message is being lost and that plan is deteriorating day by day. We need a new master plan with the town planner. Where's our traffic studies? How will local schools be impacted, especially on their budget? 65% of our tax dollars, as a reminder to all our residents, go to our school board. Show up at the budget meeting, be concerned. 65% of what you give this town goes to the school board. You know, what are environmental impacts? West Orange deserved much better. Thoughtful development requires community engagement, professional planning, and a clear vision. This ordinance was drafted without a planner, without transparency, without respect to residents who will be most affected. It favors our developers, flexibility, and offers minimal public safeguards. So let's stay focused, let's get a town planner, and let's develop this town efficiently and correctly. Thank you.
Doug Adams, 9 Westover. You know, I think it's challenging when you sit in the council meetings and we listen to the conversations of all the different issues that are going on. And so we have residents that are concerned about their streets and the funding to be able to get their streets so that they can be safe. I know last spring walking around, I met some families up in that area and they had walked up from Gregory Street to go up by Roosevelt so that they could have their kids play with the other kids because they couldn't play down on the street that they were on. But then we also have the conversation about not wanting to bond and spend the money because we're concerned about debt. But then we have the conversation about not wanting to spend money that we already have to be able to fix up a park in an area when all the other parks have been fixed up, but we don't want to fix up that park in that area. Then we have the conversation about not wanting to have the development for the museum or for a property owner to be able to subdivide their property so that they could sell their property, when the reality is they could probably sell it off to a developer as a whole, and stopping development on that with our housing contingent, our affordable housing responsibility, where a developer could actually go to the court with a plan and say, I have a plan to meet these obligations, and the court could actually require us to allow some of that development because we haven't had any smart development. So we got issues where we have revenue needs and people want, or we have spending needs and people don't want to spend money. I get it. We don't want to go into debt. But then on the other side of it, we don't want to do anything to develop revenue. So, and then we say we want to hire a planner. Let's hire a full-time planner. I don't know, the last time I heard, some of the people that have retired from West Orange make more in their pension than the average person makes when they're working their salary. So why would we want to hire somebody full-time that we have to pay benefits to when we won't spend the money to fix up a park in a neighborhood that barely has any space for a blade of grass? I just don't understand. It seems to me, and I say this with great respect, because I do believe people do what they do because they care about something. We may disagree with what we care about, but we care about something. And the council president said something, and it sounds true at first glance, right? Nobody runs their household like this, that you just spend money. Well, the reality is if you've never been poor or you've never really lived in a whole lot of debt, then it's kind of hard to make that decision and understand. Because the truth is, growing up the way that I grew up, my mom was only going to have us eating pork and beans and hot dogs for so long before she went and got a second job or a third job. Why? Because ultimately, you can only cut so much before you have to make some more money. You've got to generate more revenue. And so the gentleman talked about the museum. It's the wrong place. Well, the actuality is, if I understand correctly, that intersection is the busiest intersection in all of Essex County. The busiest. It's right around the corner from OSPAC. Nobody's struggling with OSPAC being up where OSPAC is. So to talk about, it's where Eagle Rock Reservation is. It's where some of our major restaurants are. So what happens when we start getting buses? Think about the zoo. The zoo is not in a residential area. Have you ever tried to drive around there when it's time for those people to come to the zoo? But nobody is trying to say, oh, well, we can't have that there. And I understand that there's some concerns about the residential development. I think that's a different conversation. But I do know this. If West Orange and our leadership doesn't move past some of the conversations that have us stuck, and we start figuring out how to bring in some new money, those roads on Gregory are still gonna have to get fixed. It's just gonna show up in a budget, and it's gonna show up in a tax increase. And I think that when we talk about schools, I said this before, we need to establish a township
Your time is
school
up.
district task force to assess what the overall needs are, because we are in this together.
Thank you, Pastor.
Good evening, Sangeeta Badlani, 22 Florence Place. I wasn't even going to come up here and speak, but these Gregory advocates, they were phenomenal. I'm so happy that there's someone else that is pushing this agenda forward about traffic safety. But I just want to bring back to last year. Some of you were there, and we had received a grant from NJDOT to do a holistic study. And so a Vision Zero action plan was revealed. Now, a lot of the issues that you heard today from the Gregory parents are all in that action plan. And that was revealed early last year. So it's been a year and we haven't taken any action since then. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention, that if we decide, if we had a project leader who was going to lead this project, we wouldn't have all these parents coming up here and talking about their concern for the safety for their children on our roads. I know we have a grant now also for to build a sidewalk on some of the on Gregory, but again, that is information that's not been shared and they don't know about it. So I think it's important to have that open communication with the public for people to know about it. But again, when we receive a grant, we want to make the most of it. We don't want to let go of it because that shows that West Orange is not committed to traffic safety. And that's not what we are about. County also is developing a Vision Zero action plan. And so we need our voices to be heard because we need all of these, whatever we've heard today from our Gregory parents. And what really worries me that we're talking about all the development, all the issues that we have around Gregory neighborhood, but I'm sure we're seeing the same around St. Cloud, Mount Pleasant, and other schools also. What about those parents? We need to look at it holistically and not just focus on one neighborhood. So I urge you to look at the Vision Zero action plan and have a leader lead that project. Thank you.
Good evening. Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. So I'm going to talk about a little West Orange history that some of us might prefer to forget. In 1980, Chief Abbott was appointed a police officer. And according to his bio in the Council for a Strong America, he quickly rose through the ranks. And by January 1997, he became chief. But back in December of 1989 through February of 1992, I'll bet he was a lieutenant looking to make captain. Those were the years that the Newark branch of the NAACP sued West Orange. You see, back then in 1990, West Orange was a township of about 39,500 residents
and only 2.4% were Black, 948 people. And of the 314 full-time employees of the township, 2 were Black people, 2. Of those 2 full-time Black employees, none worked for the police department. And the NAACP alleged that that was due to discriminatory employment practices, specifically residency requirements, that if a predominantly white town, a town where only 2% of the nearly 40,000 residents were Black, if that town required police to be residents, according to the NAACP, that township could essentially point to a residency requirement and claim, we're not racists. We just require that you live here before you can join our police department. The mayor, rather than defend an obviously racial discrimination case, entered into a consent order and changed things, and we hired a few Black officers. Couple in 1993 and then a few more in 1994. By 1995, the chief had made captain and was seeking the support of his fellow captains, all white men, to become chief. Guess how many officers of color were on the West Orange Police Department back in 1995? 6, maybe 8. 1 Asian man, Officer Tito John, the first Indian American officer at the West Orange Police Department. 2 years later, James Abbott becomes chief, 1997. I'm going to go very quickly now. Under the chief's leadership, 30 years as a chief, guess how many non-white officers have made the rank of sergeant? Maybe 5. 20 spots over 30 years, maybe 5. Guess how many women? 0. You got it. None. Lieutenants, in the nearly 30 years of Chief Abbott's leadership, 2 lieutenants. 2. Lieutenant John and 1 other. Captains, you heard it earlier, none. Never. Not 1. Not 1 Black captain, not 1 Hispanic captain, not 1 Asian captain, not 1 female captain in the history of the West Orange Police Department. Never. There's 5 captain spots and there's 1 vacancy right now. And the number 1 officer on the list for promotion is Lieutenant John. We've used that spot before many times, all for white officers. But they're waiting for Lieutenant John to die on the vine, die on that list. They refuse, the mayor and the police chief refuse to make him captain. I don't know why. How much would a discrimination suit cost? Oh, wait, let me go back. Hold on. Just like in 1990, I expect the rationale will sound very non-racist. Budget, saving money. How much would that promotion actually cost this township? Maybe $1,000 a month? Maybe. How much would a discrimination suit cost? Ask the 2 officers. The white woman who was permitted to stay home while pregnant, and the Black officer who sued because she was brought back while nursing. Ask them. Might have been close to $1 million. I don't know. Ask the chief. He probably knows. Since 1990, there's been legislation, and the legislation says we have to improve diversity in policing because every metric, every data point shows that when your police department reflects your community's diversity, then your police department is more responsive to the needs of the community. They hurt people less, they care more, they protect and serve better. So between the New Jersey legislature and the AG's office, new rules in policing are in effect. Police departments must report their officers' demographics, determine where they are underrepresented, report on their official website and to the AG's office that data and their plan to correct.
Ms. Bennett,
I
could
will
you
wrap-
just please finish
I
as
will wrap
quickly
it up.
as you can?
Check and see if the chief complies with that law. Look at the official West Orange Police Department website and see if you find what's required since June 7th of 2022.
Ms. Bennett,
Maybe-
thank you. I have to cut you off. I have to give
Council
everybody
President,
the
I
same
just-
5
I would
minutes.
just like to, I would just like to
Ms.
say
Bennett,
one more
please,
sentence.
if you want to just send an email to the council.
I would
you can-
just ask you to support anti-racism and to encourage this administration to do the right thing. Thank you.
Richard Leonardis, Pleasant Valley Way. I'd like to address the last meeting that I was here at 2 weeks ago. When Daria Paxton spoke, she handed the board a piece of paper, and the paper was from Van Ness Feldman, an attorney, to Riker Danzig, talking about a lawsuit in Montclair. So you guys all got that piece of paper. When she got done talking, she sat down and we're all allowed our 5 minutes. I was asked to be removed. I didn't say a word. I was asked to be removed and you apologized to me and I respect that. Thank you. 2 other people were removed. The woman here, Joyce Ruden's counterpart, wanted to talk and she couldn't talk. She raised her hand. So I watched her send you a text message and it was talking about how that lawsuit wasn't. So then when the meeting was over and you spoke, Ms. Rudin, you called Daria Paxton a liar. You said she lied. The information wasn't factual, which it was factual. She gave you the paper showing from one attorney to the other. So for you to get up there and say she lied and calling her a liar in front of everybody, I think is awful. Then as this proceeded, I mean, she got to talk twice, this woman. Everybody else only got to speak once. Then I got accused because I had given the town equipment to use, battery-powered equipment. And Ms. Rudin said that I sell the worst equipment, the low-functioning machines that I sell, which are the same machines that Montclair, many of the golf courses, Glen Ridge are using. You seem to have this tie to ego. I don't know why. I don't know if they fund you or they fund your group, but that's a machine that's sold in Lowe's. So that's not even at par with the equipment that I sell. So you then proceed to talk about how 1/3 of the gas gets spilt into the ground. That's not true at all. And how a backpack runs a half hour on a gallon of gas. A 7,500 Red Max backpack blower will run 8 to 10 hours on 1 gallon of gas. So a lot of the misinformation that was quoted last week was totally misinformation. It wasn't true. But yet we called Daria Paxton a liar. And we talk about me selling subpar equipment. So I don't quite understand how this, to me, this is like a circus here. You guys are supposed to be professional people. And then as this meeting continues, we talked about the mayor and her minions. Well, she's the mayor. Don't we have any respect for the mayor? Isn't she the mayor of the town? How do you address this woman like this? I have nothing to do with her, right? But I think that's horrible that you people as board members would talk like this. I think, Ms. Rudin, your total lack of respect and the way you talk to people, it's vindictive, it's slanderous, it's damaging, it's biased. I think you'd leave us open for a lawsuit. You're paid by the you're here by the taxpayers, right? How do you talk down to people like that? As a professional person sitting up there, you should be embarrassed. I think it's an embarrassment to the town. I think there's a total lack of respect. And I've sat here, I don't know how many nights listening to this. It's just terrible. You present facts that aren't even true. You say things, just whatever you want to say, you pull them out of the air. And it's bad. It's bad business. Susan Scarpa, thank you very, very much for standing up and doing what you did last week. I'm sure you had a lot of pressure at the other end. I commend you for standing up and making the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonardis. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak at public comment? Then I will close public comment at 8:35 p.m. and ask if any of my colleagues would like to respond in any way. I try to follow everybody's comments, and anyone who asks questions that we keep those questions and make sure that we answer them either now or at the next meeting. There was a question about the authorship of the Mayfair Farms ordinance, the overlay ordinance. Just want to get the number right here. 2914. And the question was, who wrote the ordinance? Now, at the end of most of our legislation, you'll see a name in parentheses, and that's typically, I won't say always, but typically the author. On that ordinance, it's listed as legal-Trank, who Mr. Trank is our town attorney. And I would assume that he's the one who largely, if not completely, authored this. And I would throw it out to the administration if there's more information there than that Mr. Trank wasn't the author. And I think there was also the question of who pulled it off of the agenda so late tonight. I know it was the administration, but just wanted to provide any more detail on those two issues. Those are the only two issues I thought were asked that we could answer this evening. So Chief Abbott?
So it's my understanding the Trank Law Firm is responsible for the ordinance, and it is my understanding that the owners of the Mayfair property are not interested in pursuing this project any longer.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Was there any other questions anybody remembered that that we could potentially get answered?
In my
Okay.
responsible.
Okay. Okay. So I'll take that as a hint.
Administration or?
Well, no, just any questions that were asked that we should try to answer. I'm just,
Yeah, it's in my response. so.
okay, so everybody's got it. Okay. Just want to throw this out to Councilwoman Scarpa. Do you want to start us off with response, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I want to start with all the Gregory School parents. I think you know how deeply concerned I am about all of the traffic safety issues in that area. I began my career at Gregory School when I was 5 years old and witnessed many, many horrific accidents right in front of my home. I agree with you that even though we have some serious financial concerns, this is an area that we need to pursue, and I will be voting for it. And I will also be reaching out to work with you to take a look at what other kind of initiatives you have. I must say that I really appreciate your advocacy and getting those crosswalks at Lawrence Avenue and Lowell. It is amazing the amount of traffic that is lessened just due to those two crosswalks, and I would advocate for having them wherever we could. I like the idea of putting the one by Orange Heights. I think we would have to talk to our engineering department and our administration about the feasibility of that. But they have very much slowed down the traffic. And even with that, I was back-ended when somebody raced around that curve only 2 months ago, a month or so ago. So I will be voting for that, and I want to thank you all for your advocacy and look forward to working with you in the future. To Brian Miranda, thank you for your courage, for coming out. I share all of your concerns, and I am going to work with my colleagues to do absolutely everything we can so that you can sleep at night. And you made some really good points. You know, we have nightclubs in residential neighborhoods. This should not be happening in West Orange. So thank you for coming out, and I hope we can make the situation a little better. Seth Weislander, I think you summed up my sentiments on creating the overlay zone very, very succinctly. We cannot do projects like this without a planner. We have a real lack of community engagement, which facilitates these types of projects that don't meet the needs of the community. I sat and read a letter last council meeting from all of the neighbors who have tremendous concerns about traffic in that area. They can't even pull out of their street. It's a mess. And with Target coming, it's an area of town that we're going to have to take a serious look at with really good traffic engineering, not a traffic engineering person that is hired by a commercial real estate developer. We need to really take an unbiased approach to the traffic situation there. And we need to look at our master plan. We have to do impact analysis. I just really agree with your summation of everything. So in the interest of saving time, I won't go through it again, but I think you quantify the situation very well. Sangeeta Balani, thank you for all you do. I agree, Vision Zero has to get done. It's amazing that in a year, nothing's happened. And I think you summed it up real clearly. It's a lack of leadership. You know, we just don't have a lot of staff, and I think we need to use our council members more efficiently. I would be happy to lead that kind of a project. I'm sure Councilwoman Rudin, who's on traffic safety, would probably be interested. And I think it's only when we really engage our council members and make us part of these projects and engage our communities that we can get really quality programs and projects going. And just like in business, I love private and public partnerships. I think we need the same thing here on our council. I think we need more engagement of our council members with our administration and our neighbors to make these projects work. So I am offering whatever leadership I can in that area. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to just clarify a little bit for the audience and for people in the Zoom audience that there's a big difference between the legislative and the administration. And many of the ordinances that most of the ordinances that you see coming forward are put forward by the mayor, and that's the administration. And many of the questions that you brought to us tonight are questions that really should go directly to the mayor. There are 4 questions I heard tonight. Why hasn't Lieutenant John been promoted? That's a question for the mayor. Why was this proposal for Mayfair Farms put forward? Yes, it was written by our township attorney, Mr. Trank, but why was this put forward? Why was it put forward without any community input, without any education to the public, without any community involvement? Why has there not been a planner in this town for 20 years? And why isn't there a special planner, or maybe the planner who should be working for us, who is overseeing Vision Zero? The solution to our traffic problems is in hiring somebody to head Vision Zero. And that was suggested tonight by Ms. Badlani, all of the people who came out and spoke about the roads so eloquently. It's a lot to digest. One of the big problems we have in West Orange, and again, this is a question for the mayor, is what is happening with the grants that come to West Orange? Where do they end up? I mean, there was a lot of feeling that the council here is not in favor of promoting traffic safety. I can speak for myself. I think I speak for my council colleagues. This is something that we all tremendously care about. Why did this grant sit for years and not get done? Why are the people who live in the Gregory area on South Valley, why are they suffering with this type of fear for their lives, for their children's lives, when grants are just sitting on the table? So these are questions that honestly, we as a council can ask. What I would like to ask the administration, the mayor, our BA, is for us to have a list of every grant that we have been granted and where are we in the project. We should not be having grants sit on the table for years. And then when we, the council, got it 2 weeks ago, it's an emergency. You better pass this or you're going to lose the grants. That's not how you make important decisions. And that's not how we want to be fiscally responsible with your taxpayer dollars. So I would ask the administration to please provide this township a list of all the grants that are out there, this being a very good example, and put it on the board, put it on the website. Let us all be able to follow this so that we don't end up having to make a decision at 11:30 at night on 10 million plus bonding. The reason it was pulled was because we frankly didn't have the background to make that kind of decision. It's the type of leadership that we need here in this town. So the council, the legislative body, is prepared to make proper decisions. I want to thank everybody who came out on the street issue. I think Mr. Barr's questions about calming measures on signs, stripping, LED lighting. Really, this should happen. This is common sense safety. We need to be promoting this. We need to have this in the plans. I'm not sure why it got taken out. And again, I really just think that, our engineer does a terrific job on figuring out what projects need to come, but we need somebody planning and have an oversight person in terms of taking care of Vision Zero. It affects every area of our town. We need that. So I would like to ask the administration, I would like to ask the engineering department, can we put back in the calming measures that were part of the Nassau, Tremont, Ludington initial build out for the pedestrian safety. As far as noise, Mr. Miranda, thank you for coming down. Thank you for reaching out to your neighbors and for letting us know that it's not just you that's irritated by this. I frankly am confounded about why we have allowed bars to morph into nightclubs in B1 districts, why our residents are not treated with the respect that they need. You live here, you pay your taxes, you should be able to go to bed at 8. And tonight, under new business, I'm going to be again talking about the noise ordinance and what changes that we can do. I made several changes to the noise ordinance and I proposed it to legal. I really did not get the feedback that I was hoping for to be able to move forward in more details this week, but I hope, and I will make sure that all of my comments are sent to legal before Wednesday. I guess that's our deadline, and that we can address this and that we can roll back the time so that you can go to sleep and that your neighbors who have children around you can go to sleep. Our current noise ordinance is that there should be no noise after 11 o'clock. So that was very gracious of you to ask for midnight. But really, our ordinance right now says 11 o'clock. There shouldn't be hearing noise. And the fact that you have to be disturbed by vibrations also are very disturbing to your ability to sleep and to the residents who live near Llewellyn Bar. How that has been allowed to continue for year after year. And I know you've been complaining and I know you've been suffering. I just don't understand. So I hope that we will move forward with the noise ordinance, that will roll back the time, that will address specific areas in the B1 area, specific changes that need to be made in B1, and also deal with the vibrations. I wanted to just respond to some of the response, I guess, about public comment about the development that was pulled off the table tonight. I also would like some more answers to the questions about how this came about. You know, why so quickly? How did this get in front of us so quickly? And to the former council person who raised concerns about this being an issue of affordable housing, my response is that is misleading and disingenuous at best. 85% of those units will be at market rate. They're not affordable units. It was a tremendous overbuild, and it was spot zoning. And for somebody who sat on the planning board for so many years, who does not seem to understand what spot zoning is. Spot zoning is when you allow a small area of land to be singled out, rezoned differently from the surrounding area in a way that benefits a specific property or owner rather than serving the public interest. We do have a master plan, and the master plan sets out very specific guidelines of how we should be developing all of our neighborhoods. And some of those guidelines that are in our master plans say that we should ensure that the public safety is secured, that there's adequate light, air, and open space, that the development and general welfare is considered, that we are encouraging the preservation of neighborhoods and the environment, safe and efficient transportation, and to promote a desirable visual environment. None of this was in that recent plan. While the former council person sat at this dais, under her watch, many developments came up, and affordable housing was supposed to be part of the plan. I think we can all look at the former library. All of us considered that that was going to be really affordable housing for our seniors. But the truth of the matter is that of the 64 units that were put up, only 17 are affordable. Stonehill came up under her watch, 425 units, only 64 are affordable. Absolutely zero affordable units in the Edison loft. So I say that this is disingenuous. As a matter of fact, she also sat on the planning board when she passed an ordinance that was to change the zoning of Mayfair Farms. That was just 5 years ago. The zoning was changed. And I'd like to ask, what changed in 5 years to justify 3 times the amount of units per acre that she approved? So I do think that we need affordable housing in West Orange, but we have to do this at a sensible pace and with a planner that takes into consideration all of West Orange. I hope I've addressed all of the concerns. I also just wanted to say a thank you to somebody who is in the audience tonight, Mr. David Schnerman, who is a sound engineer par excellence, who has worked with the likes of Whitney Houston and KISS, and he is a West Orange treasure, and he is here to help us with our sound. So for all of the people who've been concerned about the sound, I want to know, is it sounding any better back there tonight? Because I know he's done some tweaks, and I hope that you can hear us better. And I thank you, sir, for coming down to your town hall and helping us out. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Are you done, Councilwoman?
I think so.
Okay. Councilwoman Gabriel Michael.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, West Orange. To those of you here in Council Chambers still with us, and to those of you online, can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So I have prepared remarks. So regarding Lieutenant Tito John, thank you. Thank your attorney for her public comment and for bringing this important matter to your attention. I want to express my full support for Lieutenant John and his continued dedication to our community. I have known you since I was a little girl, grew up in this town. And I believe it's crucial that promotions within our police department are based on merit. And Lieutenant, you certainly deserve this opportunity to advance based on your qualifications, hard work, and commitment to the job. Shame on the mayor, who made history as the first female mayor for not promoting the first minority to captain. This would have been the perfect opportunity to make history in this town, yet again. There's no excuse for not promoting you. With 60% of our town's population identifying as minorities, it's essential that our leadership reflects the diversity of our community. The opening of the captain position on August 1st, 2024, presented a great opportunity to ensure that merit-based promotions is the guiding principle. This could be a significant moment in our town, and it would set a powerful example of leadership that represents the people of West Orange. So that way my son, who's a minority growing up here, could see that for his future. You deserve this promotion based on your abilities, and this would be a meaningful step forward for our community. Thank you again for speaking up, and I stand with you supporting, and I stand with everyone and the attorneys supporting Lieutenant Tito's advancement. I really hope the mayor does the right thing and promotes you. Ms. Jones, thank you for your thoughtful public comment and for your continued advocacy and support of the Blue Letter Program and the Decal Initiative. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of what it was called. It's truly appreciated, and as it plays a vital role in improving accessibility for those facing challenges in our community. Mr. Miranda, thank you for coming out tonight and sharing your concerns, you and your neighbors. Thank you for giving us this petition. The council met with residents at our last council open house in regards to some of the issues. And I echo all of Councilwoman Rudin's sentiments. We reached out to legal to ask to see what could be done. And we are working on amending the noise ordinance and seeing what we can do to actually make a difference here. And again, I sincerely apologize that your quality of life and everyone else's in these areas have been significantly diminished. Regarding ordinance 2915, I want to thank everyone who spoke tonight and to those who sent emails. And I just want to clarify that I am in support of this and do plan to vote yes. For Ms. Robbins and Mr. Andrews, I'm not sure where the information came from and the council doesn't support this ordinance because you stated it tonight, but I just want to reassure you that that's simply not the case. I know I've never stated I don't support this. Public safety is absolutely a priority and essential for quality of life. And I understand how important this ordinance is to the community. At the last council meeting, we, as in the council, made it very clear that we're going to table several ordinances because it was already almost midnight. And I believe no elected official should vote on any resolutions and ordinances or have detailed discussions on important topics near or after midnight. When we're exhausted, we're not thinking clearly. And in addition, the administration stated that they'll be leaving the council meetings at 11 p.m. And frankly, I don't blame them. They work an 8-hour day and then come and sit here at 6:30. And for any of us, no one should be here after 11. And if we need to discuss such important matters, then we need the administration present. We made sure that we had time to table the matter. We didn't table it jeopardizing this because we're here voting on it on first reading and going to discuss it and then do the same in the next meeting. So I really hope that this helps clarify why we tabled this. And again, I'm not sure where you got that the council's not supportive of this ordinance. And again, thank you to all the residents for all your emails, sharing your thoughts with us regarding this ordinance for roadway improvements. I understand there are concerns about the town's financial situation. Clearly, we're all concerned. And I want to assure you that I know I'm going to fully support this measure. The safety and quality of our roads are vital to the well-being of our community. Properly maintained roads not only improve daily travel, but also contribute significantly to public health and the overall quality of life in West Orange. The improvements outlined in this ordinance, from storm drains to ADA compliant ramps will ensure that our infrastructure supports the needs of residents. And while it's important to be mindful of our town's debt, investing in our roads is an essential step in preserving and improving the community's overall safety aspect. I'm confident that this is a prudent investment in the long-term safety and prosperity of West Orange, and I look forward to seeing these much-needed improvements come to fruition. So that's it with that topic. Mr. Bars, I have a question for the administration. Does the administration and Director of Engineering have a plan going forward to make the streets Mr. Bars mentioned safer? So that's one question. Do you want me to keep going, or you guys want to answer that question and come back to it? You want to wait? Because they might have the same question, or. It's up to the council president.
Yeah, I'd like to bring her up now just because it's answering a question that we've asked during public comment. So if that's okay, Ms. Carvalho, please. We're going to answer it either now or later, so.
Good evening, Council President, Council members. In regards to South Valley Road, we do have improvements along the roadway. We do have the crosswalk at Ridgeview Avenue, which is what a lot of the residents have been expressing about. I've been getting the emails in my office. I've been getting them since last year, and I did explain to them it would be part of this project. And I did do a crosswalk study at that intersection. I'm currently having another study being done for the Ludington Road intersection with South Valley Road, and whether or not there will be a crosswalk in the future or as part of this project, it will be dependent on the results of the study.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
May I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
I know we've talked about this outside of this council chambers, but what can be done? What can you do? What can the residents do to speed this up?
Speed what up?
To speed up getting in crosswalks, getting in signs, getting in stripping, getting in LED lighting. I know these studies need to be done and they take time, but time is of the essence. What can be done to speed up the process so the residents feel safe?
Are we talking in general, or are you speaking specifically to South Valley Road?
Well, tonight I'm talking about South Valley Road, but
It is part of the project. Any road improvement project would always have a striping. The road needs to be striped after we mill and pave it. There's gonna be crosswalks, the signage. I've been asking in every project, basically the signage to be replaced. It was an initiative from our chief, and I'm following through it because I used to do it also in a lot of my other projects. So the signage will be replaced. The LED push buttons are part of the project. There's actually I would say over $50,000 worth of signage. into
what is the
project.
time frame to have that done?
Well, first you need to pass the ordinance on first reading, then you need to pass it on second reading. Then I need to do a resolution to award the project, where was actually the bid opening was last Thursday. After that, I need to submit the paperwork to NJDOT. NJDOT will get back to me. I will have to do a little bit of paperwork with the clerk. And after they approve that, I can then schedule, when they give me the go-ahead, a pre-construction meeting with the contractor who gets awarded the contract.
Okay.
It's a process. It's not done overnight. And if all goes well, let's see, I will be awarding the first meeting in May. So figure you're gonna have to give me at least a month by the time I get back from DOT or hear back from them. So figure I will be able to schedule maybe a meeting sometime in June, July. And if we're lucky, then maybe we could start the project in August.
Okay.
Like I said, everything takes time. It's a
Okay.
process.
So then I have a question for the administration. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
In the meantime, since this is.
Councilwoman, you have to be recognized.
Yes,
by the chair.
please. I'm wondering if we should wait for you to address the administration as opposed to the town engineer on this project later when it comes up during
The ordinance.
when it's coming up on the ordinance.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Could I just ask a follow-up question too, please? Yes. Councilperson. Just very quickly, there was a mention of the ordinance being in a slightly different
form for 2910-24. And I think there was another follow-up question here. Was Mr. Bars indicated that there were parts of that ordinance 2910 that did not come over to the South Valley project that we're talking about now. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that's what he referenced section 7 from the 2910 ordinance. I don't have it on me.
He said sign striping and high visibility lights, he referenced specifically was what he was looking for. Maybe that is part of the project.
Or that may be in.
Yeah, he said he was concerned about sign striping and high visibility lights, but it sounds like signs and striping will be part of your project.
Signage and striping are always part of the roadway improvement projects. The lighting, that's different. If there is any lighting issues, I could write it down and then I will call the PCNG and they will come out and do a survey.
I believe the gentleman mentioned the traffic calming measures like on Kelly Drive. Our original ordinance only referenced traffic calming measures for Kelly Drive. That was broken out into a separate 625K ordinance. So I don't think we ever referenced traffic calming for any other roadways in the previous. We just broke it out with that separate ordinance. So
That's correct.
So just to clarify, just hold on, please, just a second. What Mr. Bars was saying may have been just a mistaken perception on what happened. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so, because the Kelly Drive was in the old ordinance. It was, we threw everything into the one ordinance. And the Kelly Drive mentions traffic calming measures. We were very specific with that. That traffic calming just moved into the separate ordinance where we have Lando and Boland, along with the Kelly Drive. So.
Oh, okay, because we're not talking about Kelly Drive. I don't think. I thought it was 2910, then morphed into the current one that we're discussing now. But does that explain why you don't seem to acknowledge that that's actually what happened? That you still have the traffic calming in the current proposed ordinance?
I could tell you what is on the South Valley Road project that was just bid last week. We do have crosswalks. We do have LED push buttons at the crosswalk signs for pedestrians. We do have signage is being replaced. And as that will be only from the limits of the project, which are from Ludington Road, which is the limits with the city of South Orange, up to Walker Road. Okay, that's the first phase of that project. And one of the other grants that is on the ordinance will be the second phase, which goes from Walker Road all the way to the city of Orange.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Carvalho.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Should I go back to my public comment? Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
You could say, because I've, for the next resident spoke, Mr. Kalfani or Dr. Kalfani asked a question about parking within his neighborhood. So can you address this concern? Is there anything that engineering is doing to help with the parking issues in that neighborhood?
We're currently doing a traffic study. I will have to look what the final results are.
Okay.
The report and what the recommendations are of the study. To then start working on an ordinance and then how it can be implemented.
All right,
Okay.
thank you. Mr. Esmeralda.
Council President?
Yes.
Just so we're aware, the public's aware and the council, this study that we're doing for the entire parking for the entire eastern half of the municipality, we have already scheduled for the next council meeting for the presentation.
Oh, great.
So that's going to be up here. So I'm encouraging to pack the audience. To keep our public comment questions down, but the companies that have been doing the study for the last 6 months, we met with them recently. And they're going to present, we took the entire half an hour just dedicated to parking in the township. So,
Is
and
there,
traffic studies.
is there an email notification or a letter that went out to all those residents so that they're aware that this presentation is happening?
No, this was in draft form. We just finally did the draft form. This is going to be presented to you to look to make decisions so that we can get public comment
after the fact. We
Okay.
can't, we can ask the public comment what they don't see.
Got it.
Once they see this program and once they see what's been provided to study, I am sure we're going to get a plethora of questions. It's a council@westorange.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, but we intend to do that. We asked Madam Clerk to block out that half hour so that we can make that presentation to you.
Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. So I'll continue on with my response to public comment. Mr. Weissler, I believe your question was answered by the council president. The township attorney wrote this ordinance. You can see who writes every ordinance and resolution on the agendas right next to them. And it was pulled by the administration. So Chief, I don't know if you want to give an explanation as to why to the public, because I believe he did ask, why was it pulled? Because residents want to come and speak about it and it was pulled and
I thought I covered that. The owner of the property no longer wishes to pursue this project.
okay.
He made us aware of that late last night. I only found out this afternoon.
All right, thank you, Chief. And then, so to address this ordinance, I echo Councilman Rudin's statement regarding following our master plan. So thank you for your due diligence and your commentary, Councilwoman. And I also would like to add that I met with Mr. James Howard regarding the museum on March 23rd. And I was promised that I would receive critical documents, including financials and development plans. However, I'm still waiting. I have not yet received anything, and I don't think my colleagues did either. Similarly, we would have needed that information, from the developer of the apartment project. And I just want to make a comment. I am happy that it was pulled, and I think it was pulled. I'm glad to know why it's pulled now, but I was really shocked to see such an ordinance on our agenda, considering there's too many holes in it. It should have been more concrete. How can we as a council make significant legislative changes without necessary documents to assess the proposal thoroughly? So I'd like to formally request that, going forward, that we receive such critical information. And here's the perfect analogy. The zoning board would never approve an application without reviewing materials. I mean, we haven't seen plans, financials, nothing. And that's, I think, important when we're being asked to make a legislative zoning change. The ordinance was terribly written, very pro-developer, in my opinion, and gave him carte blanche. What is the fiscal impact? What is the estimated tax impact to the residents if the project becomes tax exempt or seeks a pilot? I mean, right? We don't even know how many apartments were going to be built. It's very vague. It's very vague. So I could never have supported it the way it was written, but I do just want to make it clear that I am 100% supportive of the museum coming to town. And I stated it during the March 11th meeting. I read a long statement regarding the museum, and I just believe that it's important for us to do our due diligence. I 100% support this museum coming to town. So I hope it does. And on that note, I'm going to end my response to public comment. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank
Councilwoman.
you, Administration.
Council President, if I can just jump in really quick, I just would recommend going forward that we refrain from comments about personnel issues. I know we all appreciate the lieutenant's hard work, and that's been touched on a few times by council members, but just for the rest of the comments, I'd recommend not commenting on personnel issues outside of closed. If you want to go into closed and discuss it, that would be the time to do it.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, so I'm going to touch on it, but I'll be very, very careful. Thank you to our attorney. Because I do want to speak to Lieutenant John, and what I want to speak in something that the attorney mentioned in 2017. We did approve a fifth captain. I was on the council at that time. I did make that vote for a yes. My experience with the police department, I've always been very supportive of our officers and a good understanding of having my mother-in-law work, as you know, for 34 years in the police department, as well as her husband.
Thank you.
So, but at that time, a white male was promoted, and the mayor, who was a councilman at the time, did not support that vote. and stayed at the Fourth Captain, and I'm going to leave it at that. What I'm disappointed about tonight is that I don't believe this is about race, and am very disappointed to hear those overtones. Why? Obviously, I'm not going to get into unless do you want to go into closed session to talk about? But I do have to share that because I am disappointed. I don't think this has anything to do with race. And I'm going to leave it there. But I did support that vote at the time. She did not, because she felt that way with the department structured at that time, and she'll have to answer that. And this was a long time ago, before anyone. What I do feel about the test is problematic.
I apologize, Councilwoman. I, again, just want to recommend that
I
we
get
not
it.
talk about
I
this.
appreciate it. I personally, in general, with whether it's the fire department or the police department, with these tests and their expiration dates, is very frustrating for our staff. And I totally get that. And I feel for all staff members when you're coming up on the test and expires. I just wish there was a better system, but that's the way the system is. And I'm just going to leave it there. So I'm really sorry about that part of it. I mean, I wouldn't mind I'd make a motion to go into executive session to get some, not, if that's appropriate at this time or not, but.
That's okay. Please just finish the public comment.
Okay. And I'll leave that up to you, Council President.
We can bring that up later.
Okay. So with all that being said on that topic, I'm just gonna leave it there. Mayfair Farms. I was very disappointed with the ordinance being on here this evening. Even more disappointed that the administration did not give us a presentation. We need to move forward with these presentations prior to council meetings, whether it's 221. We had a very small scale presentation in December with the former council. And so again, these prior years, when we pass other large items such as this, we would sit down with the administration, whether it's two at a time, and go over these proposals so we could get an in-depth view. I got to be honest, though, if I did have a little bit more of an in-depth view, I still don't think I could have been supportive of it. I just feel it's just too ambitious of a project on this very, very precious part of Eagle Rock Avenue. It starts down as a steep slope. I've said it before with some other projects mentioned in that area. Eagle Rock Avenue is not Route 10. It may be 2 lanes on each side, but there's not a shoulder. And it's tight. I drive it quite a few times a day, being on that side of town and coming up that hill and knowing, the accidents that have occurred there. It's very steep there. So disappointing to see that much planning, but not to say that, we have to move forward with these kind of developments. I don't want to feel threatened anymore about the fair share housing. I have a very good handle on it. Very upset with West Essex Highlands, and I had to vote for that. And I don't ever want to be put in a situation where I feel like I am threatened that I have to vote for a project. That's not going to happen again for me. The library, the old former space here, I was very supportive of that being 64, 100% affordable housing, and not even 30% of our residents got in the building. So that's another issue that I have with a lot of these projects that are, I went down to the League of Municipalities, and the DCA is making a pitch for, your kids, your firemen, your senior citizens, your young professionals. These are the people that are going to, have access to these apartments. And our West Orange residents are not seeing a good chance of getting those spots. So that is, very concerning. And we do have a lot of need in this community amongst many. So that is disappointing. So I will be very selective when we pick these projects. I will not feel threatened in any way that we're going to have to do something, especially on a roadway, which I travel often and know it very well. We put Target there with support buildings that had to come, so Target would be successful. And yeah, I'm always one to cheerlead and bring smart development into the community. And we just really, really need to be careful. So I'm glad this was asked to be pulled by the property owner because, that property owner has done a lot for our community. And I did feel bad that I couldn't be more supportive of the project. In regards to the Gregory community came out, I want to thank all of them. They have been awesome. They've been working very diligently. I appreciate our engineer, our director, for all of her efforts with this. And, these are monumental tasks. There's a lot there. There's a lot of moving parts over in that section. Years ago, we had as soon as I got to the council, we had to put a driveway with the Board of Education. They had to put a driveway. We had to help them access that on Gregory in the front, which was controversial at the time because of safety with pedestrian walking and safety. And we had gotten that done. And these projects, I'm glad, are coming tonight. I've been supportive. One part of the reason with the money, and Councilwoman, to answer your question, we never did a 2024 capital budget. So part of that is because these items never got before us sooner. And so that's had slowed things down. Tonight is everything that is attached to a DOT grant on this particular ordinance 2915. So I hope everyone can support it. These are roadways, and we get to that, we should name them. And I hope there's a little bit of a presentation because there's many other streets in that area. Hillside Terrace is not on the list that needs to be done. And I know that engineer has that on a list in the future that we need to get all these roadways done and make it safe. But again, this is one section of town. We have many in the area, and we have to, plan it out, map it out, and keep this moving. Some of the speakers tonight, I want to thank Seth for his comments. And on a full-time planner, I have been very supportive of that initiative as of late. And holistic planning, we are suffering from the lack of it. And that's something that I will continually to support and advocate for with the administration. I want to thank Mr. Puglisi and the county officials that sat with us last week, along with council president and our officials and our engineer. That was a great meeting. And for the Gregory parents that were here earlier, Gregory Avenue was discussed, and our engineer sat with their engineer and exchanged information. So that part of the project and safety concerns over there are being met as well. I just want to mention that because it wasn't all about Mount Pleasant Avenue that day. We discussed Gregory Avenue, and Council President and I left that meeting and went to a Board of Ed liaison meeting to meet with our school board friends. And just so Mr. Puglisi knows, as in regards to the all of the preschools that are now operating as the pre-K universal for the school district, they are considered vendors, not part of the school district, so that what we discussed in regards to school safety zones, they don't think applies. So they were going to double check that with their attorneys, but that's, but none just at least to that we can in those certain areas designate and change it to 25 miles per hour. That subject came up when we were talking about the Goddard School. They're not one of their schools yet. They may be. But Mr. Pastor Adams, thank you so much. And your comments tonight. And yeah, there's a lot of discussions with the school district. A lot's going on there. They have one of the gentlemen from Gregory, a teacher at West Orange High School, Mr. Lamberson. We've been in discussions with the school district. Obviously, they weren't too happy with us, with them having to make a purchase. We had discussed that, better communication. We also discussed with them some decisions that they're making affecting the township as well. and the students with their budget cuts. So we're hoping that everyone works together and mindful of each of the needs, as we always work with the township and the school district, especially being a former school board member. I know their challenges, they are their own entity. We could give them recommendations and suggestions, but in the end, just like with us, our decisions are decisions and their decisions are theirs. And we have to be respectful of our different forms of government, as well as being collaborative as we work together for the betterment of our community. And no one addressed, I don't believe, Ms. Jones. I want to thank her for coming forward with the West Orange CPAC. Oh, you did? I'm sorry, Councilwoman. The Take Me Home program is another exceptional program. Mr. Miranda, I definitely feel for you. We have been, and again, I'm going to watch what I say, because with the situation, and we also act as the ABC board, trying to bring resolution to your community. Unfortunately, the state isn't always helpful. They don't really give us much of help in regards to these types of situations with fines and, you know, even with some of the rulings that the BC board made and at our hearings, and that's been disappointing. And again, I'm going to watch what I say here, but I wish the state would be more helpful with these situations, because residents do suffer. And I appreciate my colleagues' efforts working with the noise ordinance. Although my downtown people are a little stressed with APM, so we got to talk about that. And I want to bring it to that board as well, because they need, unfortunately, we have a lot of B1 that lines right up with our residential properties. And I have to say, we had a good run for many, many years, not having many issues. And the past couple of years since, I call it crazy COVID, since then, we just have these issues, and I don't understand why. And, our business owners have to be respectful to our residents, and our residents also have to be understanding that they have to operate. But again, there is a balance, and why that balance is tilting the wrong way as of late is really disappointing, but we're determined to all fix that and be committed to make sure that we have peace and enjoyment and a vibrant downtown without causing chaos and havoc in our community. So thank you for advocating for your neighborhood and keep coming and be in touch and as well. For sake of time, I think we hit everyone. Just folks, if you could just give me a second here. I think we did pretty well with all the questions
Can I just
answered.
respond to
Yeah,
ordinance
just
for the Mayfair?
Yes, please go ahead, Chief.
before you do those, Chief, just real quick, why I have the note here, I could cross it out and then I'll be done. Miss Ellis Tracy, the one Gregory parent, Miss Carbala, I'm not sure, and Mr. Puglisi, there was mention of a resident on the corner of Orange Heights and Gregory that the county needed to talk to in regards to the county crosswalk. So maybe Ms. Carbala, maybe she may be the resident that we were discussing. So if you could just reach out to her, and I'll, we'll connect later on that. And what was the other resident? I could do it after the meeting, or I'll email you, Mr. Puglisi. There was one other comment that they made. All right. Thank you. I'm done now, Council President.
Thank you. Chief, did you
As
ask-
far as the zoning overlay, I made multiple attempts to have a 2-2-1 meeting. So for council to sit here and say, we would have liked to have this, it would have been nice. I'll read you my March 3rd one, which was again, after many, just following up here to see if there was an interest in meeting as a follow-up to the original proposal, which was presented to the previous council. Previous email went to the previous council. I know some of you didn't see it. I do recall, I can't find everything on my phone, but I do recall Woman Rudin would prefer a public meeting, you said, a public presentation here rather than meeting 2-2-1. And Councilman Geber-Michael wanted to see the financials. There are other emails where I try to do a 2-2-1 because nobody's going to present their financials in public. We went through this with Matrix, it's a private issue. So that offer was made. So for anybody to sit here and suggest it wasn't is really incorrect.
I apologize, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, please.
I'd just like to respond and say that I did ask for other information as well, and I was told by Mr. Howard that he would get that information to me because I made it clear that none of us can meet with, whether it's 2211, with them unless we have the information, including the plans, so that way we come to the meeting with informed questions and know what to ask, not be put on the spot in a meeting. Like we can't have constant meetings with the same, surrounding the same subject often. So it makes sense to work smart, not hard. If we received the materials, we would be prepared for that meeting. And that's what I articulated to you. That's why I articulated to Mr. Howard. And we still don't have anything. I understand the financials, but I'm just trying to let you know that that's the conversation I had with Mr. Howard.
I wouldn't dispute that. I wasn't there for that conversation. If that's what you say happens,
Yes.
if you would come to me and say, I need these things, can
I
you reach
did.
out to the?
I sent you an email.
Please,
I-
please. one
I've
at a
answered
time.
every email.
Just
I have them all here.
Hold on.
So, I don't know what to say. This was all done, so. You don't like the ordinance, that's fine, but Mr. Horn spoke to at least 3 of you who said they would not support this. So that's where this is at, okay? Let's put the cards on the table. This isn't because the administration messed it up. Thank you.
No, but it's because the administration wrote a very vague ordinance,
Okay.
terribly written.
That's fine.
Transparency is important, lack of transparency.
Well, if you want, we can rewrite the ordinance and you can bring it back up. Is that what council wants? Here it is. You take the vote.
Get us the information we asked.
Yeah, please, let's not argue back and forth. We can discuss this at another time. But I do want to say this. We did not get the ordinance until last week. We have had some meetings and I can't speak for everybody. I don't know the complete, but I second Councilwoman Geber Michael's observation that we had so very little to work off of. The ordinance, which is actually setting up the overlay district, again, we didn't have that for until a week ago. That would have been much more informative to us so that we would know what questions to ask. I'm speaking for myself. I've met with both parties and with Mr. Horn. Everybody I think here has met with Mr. Horn. Councilwoman Castellino, I'm not sure if you did.
I spoke to my phone.
Okay. So, but we did not have anything I would say approaching the data and information that we needed. Like it would have been much more helpful if we'd have had this ordinance a month or 2 ago so that we would have a foundation for asking these questions, because some of these proposed changes in the overlay district are significant and substantial. I know I asked at the last meeting and in my questions for a side-by-side comparison between the proposed district and the existing district, and I never got it. So if you want to bring that back, I would suggest that that's what we need. We need plenty of time to see the ordinance and we need plenty of time to see what is the side-by-side of all the differences between the B2 zone and the MF1 zone. And this is that going forward. So does anybody else have any questions? Because I'd like to move on. And just to say, it wasn't, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's why we felt handcuffed by all of this. So you finished, right, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yeah, I was done. Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly, because the evening is running away. Pastor Adams made a reference to Lafayette Park, and I just wanted to put that in perspective. A month ago at the council meeting, the purchase of equipment at Lafayette Park came up, and the council decided not to move forward on it in the perspective of we do have enormous debt that we need to start dealing with. And what we seem to have agreed as a council was that we need to cut back on any sort of borrowing that leads to discretionary projects that we can put off. And we need to put it off until we get a debt management plan so that we know where we're going with this enormous debt. And we agreed then, and at the time, when we decided not to move forward on this, I thought it was only going to be a month or two to the point where we get a debt management plan and we can start dealing with these important projects, because it's an important project. It's no question about it. But this council seems to be moving in the direction of greater due diligence for all of this borrowing and all of this spending and transparency. And that's what we're doing. And that's sort of also what's going on with the overlay proposal, the proposed overlay onto the Mayfair Farms property and the projects there. Again, the Black Inventors Hall of Fame is a great project. It would be a jewel for West Orange if we could land it here. That's not the question. I don't think of any of the council up here. The question is, was that or is that the right location for that project in tandem with a potentially very large residential area, all coming out of essentially one exit on Eagle Rock Avenue, where there's a blind rise in both directions. And that's largely what our concern was. Now, I'm hoping if as Chief says that the property owner is not interested in that sort of project going forward, that we make every effort to find another place that works for the Black Inventors Hall of Fame, because it makes so much sense to have that near the Edison historic location downtown. It just makes a world of sense. So I'm hoping that's going on, but it's not opposition. It's more due diligence and seeking more transparency. All I can say to anybody who is listening to Lieutenant John, the council, as I think somebody pointed out, doesn't have hardly any, if any, say over personnel. That is under our charter. That is something that the administration handles, and we can try to get involved, and maybe we should have an executive session. But I agree with Mr. Burke that we need to be very, very careful talking about any sort of personnel issues. And I'm sorry that this whole situation has come up, but we're precluded from getting too heavily involved here. And then the last thing I want to bring up, again, because I know the time, we've got other things to do. I was a little confused on the discussion about Las Palmeras, where Mr. Miranda said he needed to get the police to stand 25 feet away from the Las Palmeras, and that they even came into his bedroom, but they couldn't write a ticket or enforce the noise ordinance. And I don't understand that. So if there's something that I'm missing, Chief?
So after 11 PM, if the music can be heard from 25 feet away, it's a prima facie, good on its face violation. But it wasn't heard that night. What I've been asking residents to do, because I think it's more the vibration than the sound, if that makes any sense, to allow the police officer into their home to experience it firsthand so they can sign the summons. Mr. Miranda is on the body camera. He was adamant that he's not letting anybody in his house. He doesn't feel, right? God bless him. I'm not saying he asked. I'm just trying to find a viable solution. I had that worked out with Miss Munoz up by the Wallen Park bar, and the first time it came up, they would not allow anybody in the house. So again, they don't have to, but we're not getting anywhere if they don't.
Okay, so the question to me is, if you can hear the noise in his driveway, you don't really
His
need to
house
go?
is right up against their driveway. It's not 25 feet away. So the fact that you can hear it within 25 feet is not a prima facie violation.
Oh, see, that's what I don't understand, because I read the ordinance and it seemed to say 25 feet away.
But he's less
closer?
than 25.
He's closer than 25.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
so why would an officer take 10 steps farther away?
He did, and he couldn't hear it. There's other times we've written the summons. I mean, don't get me wrong. But I also, my understanding, when they did all these renovations, which if anybody's gonna ask, yes, they had all the permits and inspections. When they did all the renovations, that they did further soundproofing, but I don't think that stops that vibration from the
No.
base. And I think
Okay.
that's what people are
Okay.
experiencing. So the police officer's not hearing the noise. He can't swear to a summons under oath that he hears a violation he doesn't hear. And that's why I would really appreciate the residents allowing them into the home to experience it firsthand. And they can say, hey, I wouldn't want to try to sleep through this.
Okay. So I'm sorry to take your time, but
No, it's
now
okay.
I understand
know
what
it's
you were
very
saying.
difficult to understand. It's not,
Yes.
it's not very easy to understand.
And to follow up on something someone else said up here on the dais, the ABC board for West Orange has been involved with enforcement actions with Las Palmeras. And that's all I really can say about it, but those are public hearings on the enforcement actions for the ABC. So if anybody is interested in attending, just take a look at the website because it's there. So I think, Councilwoman.
Chief, I have a question. Can
Mhm.
we amend the ordinance so it's less than 25 feet? Can we say within 10 feet or 15 feet? Is that reasonable? Is that an option?
No, so the ordinance stipulates that if the music can be heard or noise
Mhm.
at a distance of 25 feet or more, it's an automatic violation. Prima facie, they call it good on its face. So it's an assumable violation.
But can
So-
we amend it to change it from 25 feet to
The
15 feet
problem
or
with the
20?
noise ordinances are that if you differentiate from the model ordinance that the state has, you have to get approval from the DEP
So
on
can
your
we-
ordinance.
What is that? Is there a cost to start that process or to do that process?
Well,
Can we do that?
One of Mr. Burke's, senior partners, Mr. Antonelli, who you've all met, indicated, which I wasn't aware of, but apparently we're in some type of litigation over our noise ordinance. I don't know if that relates, I don't know. Mr. Burke knows, but I don't know if that relates to Las Palmeras or it's something separate and aside. But Mr. Antonelli did not feel it would be prudent to make any changes while we're involved in that litigation. We can certainly have a further conversation with the legal department and.
Oh, I
see where
get
that's
it,
at,
yeah.
but-
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Council.
I read Mr. Antonelli's remark, and he also said that the council could take action. He didn't, while recognizing that Las Palmeras is currently before the ABC board, he also said the council had the prerogative to make a change. So I would think that we should be making a change. I also don't really understand why the police are not just interpreting the piece of the ordinance that says unreasonable noise, any excessive or unusually loud sound which either annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of a reasonable person of normal sensitivities. We are listening to reasonable people. And in the case of Llewellyn Park, that's well within 25 feet. Those residents live directly above
I
the
have officers
building.
there with body
Just
cams
one at
on.
a time, one at a time. Just hold on a second. Are you finished?
Yes.
Councilman? Okay.
I have officers there with body cams on, recording it, and you can't hear anything. And they're public, anybody can have them. File an Oprah request, I'll gladly share them with you. I mean, you don't have to file an Oprah request. If they don't hear it, they don't hear it. I mean, you're listening to people saying that they hear something, they're complaining. And that's why I want the officer to be able to go into the house. So it's the same vantage point. Maybe they can hear it, maybe they can experience it, and they'll write the summons. To be clear, we have written a number of noise summonses at, I think, both locations, certainly down in the valley. And I think we've written some up at Llewellyn Park, I'm sure at least once. So again, it's not right to say we're not writing summonses. We are. But I can't expect an officer to write a summons just because somebody complains to them and they go there and they don't experience the same thing that the residents experiencing.
Okay, well, at some point, maybe we do have the council has an executive session to discuss this more with Mr. Antonelli. I don't know when that might be a good time for that, whether it might be at the next council meeting or somewhere down the road, because I know there is some work being done on the ordinance. So
Yeah.
at the appropriate time, maybe, but that's what we'll do. So can we move forward, please?
Council President, just before you ask the administration questions, Councilwoman Rudin asked before about being known about our grants. You were sent a report on April 1st from the mayor. It's from our Millennium Strategies. It outlines all of them going back to 2023. This is a new service that they're providing to us, so you do have a copy of it. It does show a project, I just want to make sure you have it. I can resend it to you all if you want.
No, I remember it coming, yes.
Okay, so we do have it. We do get it. And part of the practice, what we did with Millennium was that we wanted to make sure that we have this issue so that we do know what grants are there, what their statuses are, and things of that nature. So if you didn't receive it, let me know. I could forward it back to you. All right. Just wanted to point that out. That's all.
Councilwoman.
I do appreciate receiving the notification of the grants that have been received. My question is not that the grants have been received. Well, obviously I want to know what grants have been received, but I want to know where the township is in relation to those grants. Have we started projects? Because we just had two instances since I've been on the council where the grants have been sitting. And there are reasons why they're sitting, but projects are not being done, and then we're up against a deadline.
That's not 100% true. Well, projects are being done, and there may have been a project or two that was lacking, and we addressed it. The director pointed out to you what the process is. The councilwoman pointed out that there was no capital projects last year afforded to us. So some of these projects are sitting because, one, we lack funding, and two, it just takes time. I mean, some of these projects, we have two distinct projects I can attest to up the hill off of Mount Pleasant that are DOT's funded that are taking 3 years to get to work. So it's not for lack of effort. It's not for lack of leadership. It's not for lack of concern. It's just that sometimes these projects take a little longer, and that's the full transparency of this. So, and I can tell you that this director here, she works her butt off. We're talking a lot of times 7, 8 o'clock at night, if not later. So it's not for lack of safety too, because, as we spoke this week or last week, we met, the three of us, and we discussed these projects. So we do have these, and per your suggestion, and which I brought up to the mayor and to the administrator, is that we should have either not the two 2-in-1s, because I think to the chief's point, it's very difficult to herd cats sometimes for all of us. And I'm talking all of us, not just the council. But if we have a liaison to have these, that may be a better way of transparency, and we can meet. We can set up meetings, and if that's the case, so that we don't run into these problems. We understand that too, but not this. Sometimes it's not always that this is like we're jamming it down your throat. It's just it is the timeline, it is the process, and trying to get these things to come to fruition. It's just working with the DOT, the DEP, and all the other government agencies. You think we're slow. So I just want to make sure that there was an explanation here, at least, so the public knows there's transparency in this. You guys are all about transparency. Well, we're going to give you a little bit of feedback based on that. So I just want to make sure that we can clear the air, so we don't want the public to think that by comments such as what you said before that we lack trust. We're doing our job. So we're doing what we can. And if there is a misgiving, please let us know. We'll take care of it.
My concern. Council
Please go ahead,
President.
please.
My question was whether or not these grants can be publicly listed, maybe in the hall, so that people who are concerned about certain projects can come in and see whether the grant has been received. And maybe we can have some more information on when the award is going to be, when the project is going to start.
We do that already.
Where is that? Because there was.
Excuse me for interrupting. May I suggest respectfully that the two of you get on the phone tomorrow, or you have a meeting where you can discuss this
Absolutely.
outside of the council?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've identified an issue, and I think the solution should be relatively easy to do.
Bella luncheon.
Oh, yes, Ms. Carvalho.
Yes. So what I just had Mr. Fagan passed around is actually the list of the grants and their status as of today for every single one of the grants that are being awarded that are related to the engineering department for all the roadways jobs and their status. That table is actually on our website. Everybody can access it, download it, and check it. There's also another list, also on the engineering website, that lists every single one of the projects that are under construction and more or less when the construction will begin. Just a list of the roads and everything.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank
Super.
you so much.
Thank you, Director.
And Council President, just to add on to that, our staff in the engineering office sends out daily reports on which roads are going to be closed. Sometimes we don't know till that morning because of weather and the utilities and things of that nature. But we make an attempt, a reasonable attempt to the public to let them know that certain streets will be closed and possibly the duration or what the project may be and which utility is performing that. Right? Am I correct in saying that?
That is correct. We do it on a daily basis, especially now that is going to start our construction season, which is the spring, summer, and fall. We will be sending emails constantly to the administration and to Mr. Fagan for publication.
Thank you. Now can we move on, please? Madam Clerk.
Okay. The consent agenda, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, March 25th, 2025.
Wait, no, not yet. I have a comment, Council President, about the minutes. for
Sure.
the Clerk. It is my understanding that one of the ordinances on second reading. Hold on, sorry. give me a
Yes,
moment.
2911. 29.
Yes, 2911. I don't think we voted on it last time.
We did vote on it.
We
We voted to
voted.
table it
Right.
according to the minutes.
Not on sec- Yes,
Right.
it's not on.
And it's on for second reading.
I don't think we voted on it. for
We didn't
first
vote
reading.
it on first.
No, so
we
that's,
didn't.
all right, I'll
Yeah,
correct
That's
it.
why I was a little
Yeah,
confused.
that's
I meant to tell you earlier, but like we had a press conference.
That's okay.
Busy day.
Okay, I'll correct it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2911, we never voted on it.
Yeah, we tabled it.
Well, you voted to table.
Oh, we voted
Yes.
to table. That's what I
Yeah.
meant to say.
According to your minutes.
Yes, exactly.
So that
Thank
was a
you,
test
Madam
to see if we
Clerk.
were reading.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids. There's rebid for the maintenance of various township-owned parcels, including turf maintenance, litter and debris collection, weed control, and fall leaf collection and disposal. And RFQ for professional services for a affordable housing planner. Bill list, are there any questions on the bills?
No.
Madam Clerk, before we move forward any farther, I don't think we actually voted on the minutes of the previous meeting. So I think we at least need a voice vote.
You just made the amendment only and then. we
Oh, you
did
want
not.
it as amended?
Huh?
Or I could put them on the next agenda.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
Whatever's easier for you.
Here, you're talking about two sides of the same coin. The minutes reflect that we voted to table that ordinance 2911.
That was correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Right.
So what Councilwoman is talking about, I think, is today's agenda, which has 2911 on the agenda for second reading. So there are two different things. I think the minutes are
Gotcha.
correct.
Minutes are correct. We can do this.
Yes. And we just need to move it today. I mean, I think I have the power to move it from second reading to first reading. So, I mean, Jack should.
Didn't we just consent to the minutes?
But it was advertised.
I didn't hear us consent. That's
No,
why
I
I
thought
wanted
we
to
did.
make sure we clear.
No, so it was, I
Only you
misunderstood.
consented, Michelle. Yeah.
Well, that's all that
My
matters.
Okay.
That's all that matters. She sits next to the clerk. That's why.
You got a heads up.
I'm sorry. So
Yeah, Council President, in the township code, you can move things around in the agenda.
Okay,
So
yes.
the power,
So they,
the power.
Do it.
would they need a motion to do so, to move it to first reading, or just do it?
Let me just make sure.
Okay. All right. So the minutes were correct, but the agenda's incorrect. Gotcha.
Yeah,
And the
thank-
question is, did we take a vote on or to approve the minutes?
Well, I heard a consent from.
Okay.
Michelle.
Okay,
Sorry.
So, consent.
consent. Okay,
On the
Just on the
Thank you.
minutes.
talk about power.
Just on the minutes.
Great. Keep going,
Consent.
please.
Okay, well, we're waiting
The
to
bill
hear
list.
whether or not we can, okay, so I can continue on. Okay, bill list, are there any questions on the
Yes,
bill?
I have Bill. I have questions. This is, I think, the fourth week I'm asking again why we do not have an overall contract for CME and Matrix. not the individual resolutions, but an overall professional contract which sets out their rates. I'm also asking again, although I do see that the contracts for both the planning board attorney and the zoning board attorney have been adjusted. They have still not been presented to us, the council. And I would like to know why this is happening. This is irregular. It happened every other year. And I'd like to ask that. I'd also like to ask why we are continuing paying for Nishawane Group, which also has no contract.
Okay, let's take these one at a time and let's look at this from the perspective of let's settle this before council meeting. All right? We do this every meeting. We shouldn't be doing this every meeting. We should be finding out from either our attorney and or our business administrator and or our retired town attorney what is going on. I'm really frustrated that we keep bringing this up. Can we just go one at a, or any of these questions pending before anybody in an email?
Yes,
form?
I sent a long letter to Mr. Ramon Rivera's with all of the details about the planning board and zoning board attorney, outlining all of what I saw as the inequity and the problems. I did not receive any response. I did get a response that it appears as if the contracts have now been revised and the some of the rate for special meetings has been raised. And that those contracts are signed, but they are not in front of the council. So I'm asking once again, why is the council not able to approve these contracts, especially since they will go over the pay-to-play rate, or at least it has in the past? It's always a practice of this council to have approved the planning board and the zoning board's attorneys' contracts.
Okay, is there anybody who can definitively answer any of these questions tonight, right now? So we
It
can
should-
put a
First of all,
stake through
it
the.
shouldn't go to Mr. Rivera. It should go to Mr. Trank. If he wants to bring in other counsel to answer it, he can do that. I think we've answered this a number of times that a resolution and a purchase order, both, Mr. Rivera said the same thing I'm saying, both count as a contract
Yeah.
under the local public contract law. You don't need a separate contract. If you want to start doing a separate contract for every resolution, you better put an awful lot of money in your legal budget this when it comes up, because you're going to get billed for every contract that the legal department has to write.
Yes, so is that not a suitable answer to you? Is there some?
That is not a suitable answer.
Well, it's a legal answer. It's the law.
Well, are you a lawyer?
Wait.
Are you?
Wait. All right, let's just calm down. I know I'm a little agitated here because it keeps coming up and it doesn't get fixed. I want to make sure it gets fixed so we can not spend any more time on this at a council meeting. So I guess my solution would be, could you send this to the business administrator, to the town attorney, and to Mr. Rivera? Because Mr. Rivera had attended the previous two meetings, and now Mr. Burke might as well throw in Mr. Burke, so that we can get this settled. This seems to be, as the chief says, legal issue. Let's find out what the legal issue and get this done, but let's try to do it outside of a council meeting. If we need to bring it back for a council meeting, let's bring it back, but we can't keep doing this. We can't. It takes up too much time. So please, can we just move on with the understanding, you send your detailed letter, you can CC the council if you want, to the business administrator, to the town attorney, and to the two special counsels, and try to get this done. And then you can hopefully report at the next council meeting how this all got settled. Is that acceptable? I understand. I've got her as soon as I finish talking. But I'm talking to Councilwoman Rudin because I want her to have the answers that she needs.
I appreciate that. It's really a simple question, and it's just, why aren't we being presented with an overall contract? And that is, I don't need to present any more documentation. CME and Matrix had contracts in the past. They no longer have contracts. We seem to be operating on an open checkbook to CME and to Matrix, that it's project by project by project. I do understand that resolutions are in itself contracts, but I want to see a contract with a set rate with a not to exceed clause. That's what we don't have, and that's what I'm requesting. So I don't know how much more information I need to communicate. I've asked the exact same question, I believe it at 4 meetings. I also don't understand why we don't have contracts that we can see and we can sign for the two attorneys who represent us on the planning boards.
Okay, so,
That's my
so you say, okay, you say you don't need to present any more documentation. I think you do. I think we should just have one email that lists all of this to keep it all compact, send it to the people that have got to have a finger in this, and then see what comes back. Right? Is that?
Send it to Richard Trank. If he says anything differently than what I've just said, that's what we'll do. I have no skin in this, it doesn't matter to me.
Right. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes, should Mr.
Please.
Datiniak be involved in this?
I guess he writes the checks, but I think he just does whatever the lawyers tell him, just like us do.
Doesn't hurt to copy us.
Mr. Ziniak, should you be part of this?
Sure, you can include me.
Okay,
It's always good to be in the know.
okay.
I will defer to our legal counsel. But you can copy me on it. Sure.
Okay. Sound good? All right, please. Now, Council.
Okay, so just logistically, you're pulling those items?
No, I'm questioning them.
You're questioning. So is the planning board attorney and the zoning board attorney getting paid? That's my question. Are they getting paid?
They have been getting paid.
They have been
Yes.
getting paid.
Yes, I'm asking why we are doing it this way.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're getting paid through all this, because I was under the assumption they didn't get paid because we didn't pass the bills list last time.
Nope,
I
they're getting
thought you
paid.
just pulled the amendment. They are
Sorry?
getting
They
paid?
weren't paid last week. last
Okay.
Meeting.
That's
Right.
where
I think
my
they've been
confusion.
pulled in past meetings. There hasn't been a motion tonight to pull them. So assuming nobody makes any motions, they'll be paid tonight if this bill list is approved with whatever's on this bill list.
Yeah, because
But
last,
in the past, they were pulled off of the bill list and
So,
nothing was done with them.
okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. The things that have been pulled have not been reviewed and approved by whoever needs to do that. Is that correct? This is now the 4th meeting. So we've had 3 meetings where we've pulled bills. Now, I think one or more of them was the Trank Isabel bill. Is that correct? Wasn't that one of the ones? That was paid.
That was paid.
Because that's paid because of the litigation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, but there are other bills that have been pulled and have still not been adjudicated as ready to, as far as you know, Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes. I also just want to.
Yes, meaning, I'm sorry, excuse me, just trying to keep it straight. Yes, they have been paid, or yes, they have not been paid.
That I really don't know
Okay.
whether or not they have or not. That's, but my personally, I don't think that people who don't have contracts should be paid, but I'm also questioning why when in this mix with CME, Matrix, the 2 planners and Nishawane, how we are paying people who do not have contracts that are signed by the township. Nishawane does not have a contract.
I'm not gonna argue. It's send it to the legal department. I think Mr. Burke knows enough does a purchase order or a resolution count as a contract under the local public contract law?
I think we talked about this a little bit in our office before this meeting. The statute has a reference to keeping a contract on file, and I think it's best practice to have a contract, but I don't know that it's necessarily required. We are looking at that. So we're happy to continue to look at that and let you know.
Council President?
Yes, please.
Nishawane Group is invoicing. There's no resolution and no contract.
Expired.
And yes, and we do not have holdovers.
I think there was a resolution from the planning and zoning board for them as their planner. I believe
That is the-
Janice sent it.
That is the same question where we authorize the money. They can pick them as their planner, but ultimately we are the ones who decide whether or not they get the contract as far, that's my understanding.
Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect.
We have to sign the contract and that's what we've done in the
I
past.
disagree with you, but again, just go to the legal
Yes,
department.
yes.
I mean, you know,
Let's,
document it and send it to the people that we've already discussed tonight, including Mr. Detiniak, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
So Chief, I just want to make clear, I support an issuing group. I think they've done a great job for our town. But last year, we did vote on their contract. The council as a whole did vote for them, not only to be the planners for the township, but also economic development consultants as well.
Right.
So both of those resolutions and contracts came before the council.
Yes,
So
they
I
did.
just want to let you know. We
I
did-
understand that.
yeah.
I remember that. I
Yeah,
know.
so, and we
Aware.
haven't voted on them this year, and I would like to support them again. RFQ, I believe, went out. They did apply, right? So that's the case, then
I don't know if the planning and zoning board did it by RFQ or if they did it by the non-fair and open process. I don't
it
know.
should always be a fair and open process.
Well, that's not the way the law reads.
Shame on
The
them.
law
Okay.
law allows for it.
But last year we did it. The township put out an RFQ and they applied and we, and
Not
the,
disputing that.
so why wouldn't it come?
Ask the legal department.
Yeah, legal, could you?
I give you an
please
answer and
get
then I
the
said, are you
response?
an attorney? I'm not,
Because-
so I shouldn't be answering it.
So
I agree.
we did vote on this last year. I remember we voted
We
for
did.
issuing
Yeah.
contracts, both their contracts, the planning and.
Well, economic
um,
development was absolutely a council
Yeah.
issue. There's no
But
question.
we also vote on them to be planners, the planners. as well.
Under
Because I remember
50 planning.
seeing the resolution be confused because it looked, it mirrored very similar amounts and.
And that
It
was
was
changed.
150 and 150, 150 for planning,
So-
150 for economic.
Well, it wasn't. That was,
If you
that
could
was.
find out, Mr. Burke, please, and let me know. because I think
Certainly.
It should come before this governing body.
Certainly, we have gotten some information on this from the council and we are looking at it. We can't speak to what's happened in the past, but we will look at it and let you know what should be done going forward.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I gotta cut this off. We're gonna be losing our administration people in an hour. I don't know how long the rest of this is gonna take. We've got to stop this. And I don't know how we're gonna do it. I thought I'm gonna just recount here. We're going to make sure everybody that we've named is going to get the documentation, including Mr. Burke and Mr. Rivera and Mr. Detiniak. You're going to make sure that all of your questions, Councilwoman Rudin, are stated so that they can be responded to. And then you're also going to, I think, maybe you need to work with the clerk to get all of the bills that have been pulled, and let's get them addressed. And if they are adjudicated payable, we're going to pay them. Please. Now, I know we've pulled it 3 times. I didn't, three different meetings. I didn't keep all the records. I think Madam Clerk did. But I think that needs to be a separate email unless Mr. Detiniak is going to save us all.
So you're correct, Council President. We have not paid those bills that were pulled because they were pulled and then voted on by the governing body to pull those bills. But we put them back onto every bill list. So with every bill list, we put them back on for your approval. So if the bill list is approved, all of those previously unpaid bills will get paid tomorrow.
Okay, but doesn't that sidestep the whole issue? Is one of the council people is saying that these may not be properly adjudicated or properly payable? Isn't that
It
why she
doesn't
pulled
say,
them?
we put bills up to be approved. If you don't want to approve them, there's a process to pull them off, but we have to put them back up. I mean, we owe it
They're
to our
gonna come
vendors.
back up each time.
Yeah.
The thing you risk is that if you don't pay the land use professionals and the land use board shut down, everybody with an application before them has the right to go before the court and ask for a default judgment and get anything they're asking for. So I would be very cautious on what you do.
Okay, before you say anything else, I just want to close the loop here. So the effect of pulling a bill has no effect. It just keeps coming back. And there's no review by whoever knows what the heck is going on, whether this is a bill that we should pay or not. Right? That doesn't make any sense. That's not the proper
It
process.
should be reviewed by the legal department. I thought the legal department responded to this already, but if they haven't,
I believe Mr. Trank did send it to you. I'm gonna look for it. I'm pretty sure he opined on this already. But I'll take a look and see, and if I'll look tonight. If I can't find, I'll have it forward to you if it in fact exists. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Can I make? a
Otherwise, this
recommendation?
is like Deja Vu, the movie,
Sure.
without any jokes.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Councilwoman.
My comment is really just to speed this along. I think we should pave it because they've done the work,
Right.
you know, but the reason why, for the general public's knowledge, why it was tabled by Councilman Rudin and there was support for it was just so we could get the information to the councilman, but they've done the work. We need to pay them, and I think we need to move on.
Yeah.
It's 10-10.
Yeah, let's go.
Mm, Everybody clear? Everybody
Yes.
good?
Yeah,
Okay,
Let's move. Okay.
so we're still on the bill list.
So we're
I hesitate to ask if you want to pull any bills. If you're going to propose to pull bills that have already been pulled previously, we're going to try to, excuse me, address them. Or, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
I think I've made my point. My point is that there are people working in town without contracts. I think we should pay the bills tonight. I will put in writing all of my questions, and I hope to get back an answer that can be addressed and that we can understand why we're paying bills that have no contracts, and that so that the public can also understand why we're paying bills with professionals who do not have contracts, unless I'm wrong in misunderstanding that.
Okay, yes. All right, we're agreed. We're moving on. We're at the bill list and nobody wants to pull a bill. Madam Clerk, take it away.
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
But did we approve that? We have to approve this bill list.
That's just wishful thinking, Madam Clerk. We have to get consent on the bill.
Consent.
Consent on the bill list.
Sorry,
You haven't trained us.
I know.
Some of us new people.
I-
Well,
I-
one of
I
us is.
apologize, sorry. Okay, so I got the consent on the bill
Great.
list. Thank you. Resolutions, or any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yeah.
To ask questions?
Yes, the process we use is to identify two different issues about a resolution. One is whether you want to ask questions, in which case we don't pull them.
Correct.
If you're just asking questions, if you're asking questions on the chance that you may want to vote for it or against it, or vote against it essentially, then you need to pull it and then ask your questions, and then we can just do the vote.
Okay.
If you're pulling it to actually vote on it, then we need to do that too, but you just need to identify so we can get them straight. Is that,
Yes, that is correct.
does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have anything to pull?
No.
Councilwoman Rudin?
No.
Yes, 111. And that's it.
Okay. Okay, yes, that's being pulled.
Okay, so that's pulled. Councilwoman Castellino,
Nope.
I would like to pull 109 and 113, please.
Okay. All right.
I'd like to pull 108.
108?
Yes.
Okay.
At
Okay,
least two we didn't pull.
yeah. So much for preparing ahead of time. Okay, so resolution 108-25, resolution permitting display of fireworks at the Essex County Country Club. Councilwoman Rudin, you pulled that.
Yes, I pulled this because I really understand the importance of community gatherings and celebrations, but I'm against this because of the noise that this creates and the stress that it creates for individuals with PTSD, for children, for pets, and for our wildlife. There are tons of stories about animals that run away during fireworks. My own dog, a little dog, would shake for, I think, 4 hours, after these fireworks. So, and the chemicals add to air and noise pollution. So what I would like to suggest and to urge this council is to, going forward, to consider putting forward an ordinance that permits only quieter fireworks. And there are those that exist. We have drones, we have laser shows. They're available. They're in New Jersey. There are other things that are alternative to pyrotechnic techniques. And, you know, finally, I'm a little bit concerned about this particular country club because they have not necessarily been good stewards of the environment. And I'm aware of several reports to the DEP complaining about damage to wetlands on their property. So I am urging that the council not vote to approve this. I doubt I'm going to get much consent on that. I realize that, but I would like to add just one amendment to this fireworks, which is that there's a type of firework display. I'm trying to think of what the name of it is. They're bursts that come at the end of the fireworks, which can be requested of the fireworks company not to use. And if I spoke with several firework companies today, and let me just find out what the name of those bursts are. Just one second. And I would just like to request that this particular country club not use the rapid fire bursts at the end and at the beginning of the fireworks. They don't use them in other communities where there are animals. This is very close to the zoo. And they don't use these type of fireworks in communities throughout New Jersey, believe it or not, in Jersey City, in Princeton, several other places do not use these. So I would like to request that if they're going to have their firework display, that we request that the country club do not allow for the loud bursts at the beginning and the end.
You can.
Can't we just request
Dictate
that,
how
an
they-
amendment to that?
Yeah, but is there a cost to it? You
No,
can't-
it would save them money.
Like, how are we gonna?
It would
you know,
save them money. They already,
law.
what do you mean there's no
There's
law?
no-
I'm saying, can we request that the country club do this in a way that is a bit more noise sensitive?
Listen, the administration can definitely request that of them. I just don't want to give anybody the impression that if you pass a resolution contingent on these things, there's a way to enforce that.
There is a way to enforce that. You ask them to do that and then they negotiate it with, I spoke with the company that does the fireworks for this event and they can do it.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying, how do we enforce that if they say the hell with it, we're gonna just blow them all off at once? There's no way to enforce that. They did it, it's over with, and we can't say you violated the resolution. There's no way to enforce it.
Yeah. Before we go down a rabbit hole, I think that I understand I think I understand what you're trying to do, Councilwoman, and I'm supportive of that to a certain extent. But I think if you want to do this, I think the way to do it is to figure out if there's enough support for an ordinance that restricts that particular type of firework and work on that, and then just have everybody have to comply
Right.
with it. That's what I would suggest. If that works for you, great, we can move on. If not, you want to make a motion to amend and see if it gets 3 votes.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend this so that it doesn't have the loud bursts at the end of the firework, which go on for about a minute and a half, and they also are at the beginning. I spoke with the company and they can request this. The country club can request this, and this can be not part of the firework display.
Council President, I think that when this comes up every year, the clubs send all
Multiple clubs, yes.
Right, send the
Every more of
information
these.
to the legal department for review. And I think part of those documents is exactly what they're planning on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I believe, but I think that's
Okay.
part of it. So if that is part of it, that's what they expect to agree to. And that's what they expect the township to agree to. So to make that amendment, I think is kind of unfair because you're just now, we say you support it and then tomorrow we have to, call the club and say, hey, listen, we passed the resolution, but you have to use these types of fireworks and not the other types.
It's not using these types or those types. It's just not using the loud bursts at the end.
Right, but what I'm saying is they've already presented to legal this whole packet of information with everything they need legally to do. And based on that, the resolution went on the agenda. And now we want to change that.
Okay, well, she made a motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Oh,
No. But you there's a-
Well,
okay, never mind. Go ahead.
yes. There's a motion on the floor. It requires a second. Is there a second? There does not appear to be a second. And Councilwoman Rudin, if you want to work on a ordinance that does this going forward, I think that's the way to move. So the amendment failed.
right.
Now we can vote on the resolution itself.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve 10825?
So moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
Okay, the motion carries.
thank you.
Okay, the next resolution pulled was 10925, resolution authorizing the collector of taxes to rebate payment to the listed taxpayer pursuant to final judgment by the Tax Court of New Jersey. Council President, you pulled that.
Yes, and right after I pulled that, I noticed that I had answers to my questions from Mr. Detiniak. And I was pulling it because I didn't think I got answers. So I got them in
Right.
in copy, but I didn't have a chance to look at them before now. But I did look at them. I was raising the issue of how it is that we could lose 70% of our assessed value in this tax appeal. Mr. Detiniak answered the question, so I would like to rescind my action, my request to put this to a vote.
Okay.
It stays on consent.
Yeah, it stays on consent. Okay, so the next one is 111-25, resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Blau and Blau to serve as the special tax counsel for commercial properties for the township for 2025 at the rates specified in the agreement. Councilwoman Geber Michael, you pulled that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is pending litigation, so I wanted to actually I was surprised to see it on here considering the litigation. So make a motion to table this resolution. Thank you.
And I second.
Okay,
We do need tax counsel. It's the same thing as the land use boards. If we don't have tax counsel, we risk judgments.
Well,
This is commercial tax appeals, so
Let's not.
all I want to do is put it on the table. Again, I have no skin in the game here. It's not me personally. I'm just telling you that if we don't have tax counsel and we have this is commercial, this is big money. If we have somebody file a tax appeal, they can apply for a default judgment because we did not have tax counsel to represent us. Do whatever you want from there.
Okay,
Thank you. This came before us a couple months ago and we voted it down.
Correct.
So, and you know why we're tabling now, and because you were there in the courtroom with us, and it's either we're going to continue with this negotiations, or I believe it's going to be a no to this, like we did last time. You can bring the next person who applied to the RFQ for commercial, because there were several vendors.
I'm just telling you, this is who the mayor put up. It's,
But then put someone else up. I'm done. Thank you.
well, you either have to vote to table it or you have to vote
well,
to.
yeah, they're Councilwoman Castellino.
we have a motion with a second to table. Is there any other discussion? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think the judge made a ruling. And I guess I need to get clarity. Is it still litigation or not? So, well,
I remember there's the other.
I,
This is specifically for the hiring of the attorney
I-
for the
so-
removal of municipal officer.
So perhaps I can
yeah,
cut this short
yeah.
so that we don't get into territory that our
No,
council
and
has
that's-
already advised us not to get into. But this
Okay.
is what our council advised us to do.
Great.
And I think we have to go with
All
it.
right.
So there's a motion.
What is the vote?
The motion is
The
met.
motion.
Okay, so there is a motion to table and a second. So now I'm going to call the vote.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any more
okay, yeah.
discussion? Did I shut that? Okay, good.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, to table, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, I don't think we should. I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, and finally, 11325, resolution authorizing award of professional services agreement for NDS for cancer screening for the West Orange Fire Department for the year 2025. Council President, you pulled that.
Yes, I did. Again, this is part of the litigation, and I would like to move that we table this.
Is there a second? Seeing no second, that motion fails. Okay. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, is there?
So moved.
Okay, a motion to approve.
So
11325. Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Just like last year, yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Consent. So,
Consent.
I mean, sorry.
That's
Second.
okay. I knew what you
Get me.
meant.
I
All in
second.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. So ordinances on second and final. Council President, we have 2911-25, which needs to be moved on to first reading.
I so move the move.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that will now be on first reading. I'll correct it tomorrow. 20 ordinances on second and final reading, 2904-25, and ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-11, parking time limited on certain streets during certain hours, 7-14.2A, parking prohibited on certain streets during certain hours of certain days, and 7-14.3, parking time limited on certain streets during certain hours of certain days of the revised general ordinances of West
I
Orange.
make a motion to put on second and final, to introduce on second and final reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay.
Now is the time for a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this ordinance and just on this ordinance, please come forward and state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and open it to my colleagues. Does anybody want to speak about this?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Make a motion on.
Is there a motion to approve on second and final
Make a
reading?
motion to approve on second and final reading.
Thank you. Is there?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay, can I say your name
Yes.
first? Because I have to have it on the record. So I know you're anxious, but Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries. 2907-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 2, Section blank of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange to establish a Citizens Budget Advisory Board. Is there a motion to introduce on second and
I
final
make a
reading?
motion to introduce on second and
I'll
final
second.
reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes.
Thank you. Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay. Public
Now
hearing.
is the time for the public hearing on ordinance 2907-25. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward, state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to talk about the ordinance and only about the ordinance. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and open it up to my colleagues. But before I do, I just want to describe this to everyone. This is an ordinance that was created on top of a resolution that's been around for a while to create a Citizens Budget Advisory Committee to advise the council on the budget process and everything associated with it. I sort of revived this in my first time on the council, and it had actually existed before I got on the council and made best efforts to try to turn it into something that could really help the council. It was not successful for a number of reasons. So what I wanted to do now is to create it as an ordinance, to change some of the aspects of it, to now, for example, to allow the board to choose their own chair, and also to have one each representative from the council and from the mayor, and an additional consensus candidate from the council to make sure we have an uneven vote total in most cases. And the rest of the ordinance can speak for itself because we got better things to do. Any other comments from,
I do, Council President.
please?
So I was very supportive when we, enacted this years ago and supported you back then. The reason why I'm not supporting this tonight is I just feel like making this a monthly meeting all year long. Also some of the other activities in here, I think it's going to be too burdensome to mainly our new CFO. And again, I feel that a lot of this is our job. We want the public to come out, look at the budget, but like, what are you gonna do? Like, go over the bill list? And I mean, a lot of this is our responsibility. So I just don't see the need to expand the roles of the committee members to that extent. Again, you have the support for it, but I just want to let the public know I was supportive of it and always appreciate their input, and they could do that any given time. They don't need to sit on the committee. I just don't want to, I just hope it's not making more work for our CFO. That's all. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Is there a motion to approve on second and final reading?
I make a motion to approve on second and final reading.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
No.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael? Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries. 2908-25, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Section 9.4 of the General Ordinances of the Township of West Orange, Special Counsel. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
I make a motion to introduce. on
I'll
second and final
second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now is the time for public hearing on ordinance 2908-25. If you would like to speak on this ordinance and just on this ordinance, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to discuss. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and open it to our colleagues. And I would appreciate some narrative on why this is here, that I think for the third time. Or do I misunderstand that?
You can
Just-
ask the clerk. It was on here before, but I think it was tabled.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
It was tabled and then
Plan.
it was brought back. Under a new number.
That was the only change?
I don't remember. to be honest with
Either
you.
do I. Does anybody remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
I read the ordinance. It looks great. I just wanted to provide a narrative if anybody was interested. Sounds like we don't have it, so we don't need it.
Don't know why it was tabled in the
Okay.
first place, but I could always review the minutes or
Yes.
whatever.
We can move on.
So do we have a motion
Oh,
to?
Motion to approve on.
Second and
Second.
final.
I'll
Thank
second.
you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
And I just want to read some of the blurb on here that there are basically two changes. It requires the appointment of a special counsel by advice and consent of the township council. And it also requires that the bills for the special counsel shall be subject to approval from the township council, which I think is that way anyway. Please.
I just want to thank my colleagues for supporting me on the changes that I advocated for, just to clean up this ordinance and make it clear. So thank you all.
Thank you.
2909-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange for handicap spaces. Is there a motion to introduce on second and
Make a
final?
motion to introduce on second and final reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay.
Now's the time for the public hearing, that I'm opening the public hearing on ordinance 2905-25. Anyone wishing to speak, please come to the podium. State your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak on this ordinance and only on this ordinance. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and open it up to my colleagues. So would anyone like to discuss this?
I just want to say thanks to the administration and to our director. As someone who recently, especially after my car accident, has a handicap parking permit, thank you for all that you do. It's not easy. Sometimes you go and you park somewhere and people are parked in a spot that don't have a handicap permit, or there aren't enough spaces. So I want to say thank you as someone who now at times does need it with my spine damage. So thank you.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve on second and final reading?
I make a motion to approve on second and final
second.
reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries. Ordinances on first reading, 2911-25, capital ordinance appropriating $1 million to pay for various improvements and upgrades to the Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Center in the Township of West
Wait,
Orange.
this is the one that we,
Move to first.
okay.
That, it was tabled. Now we're moving it back to first to introduce.
This is the
Yeah.
one with the
Yes,
grant.
I make a motion to introduce on first
I'll
reading.
second.
Okay, thank you.
What number is it going to be? Would it be at the bottom?
No, it'll be
Same
the
number.
same.
Number.
It'll be the same number.
Just move down
Right.
5 spaces.
Right. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries. Okay.
Can we say something, public comment?
On 2911?
11, yeah.
Sure, it's
I
on
just-
first reading.
I
It's-
want to let the residents know, because people are upset about us not bonding money for Lafayette Park. There is no money here. This is a grant. Zero cost to the taxpayers. Correct, Director? This is a grant. There's, from the way I read it and I understand it, there's zero cost to the taxpayers. No interest. It's just an ordinance approving that we use this grant for those improvements. And these are the type of grants that the township should be continuing to look for, so that we can fund projects like Lafayette and like all the other parks. So I'm really excited about this. And again, it's great that we're not adding to our incredibly high debt ceiling. So
I have a comment.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so not to debate you, Councilwoman, but just to be corrected. Lafayette Park is money that we don't have to bond for. It's already been bonded. The money's sitting there. It is been actually refinanced in a note, so the money is available. So I understand the point you're trying to make, but at the same token, I hope when we do have the budget, and I don't see in pending matters, and I know I asked the Council President to put on pending matters, that we could pick dates for our budget hearing tonight. And we do hear the budget and let Mr. Jatiniak, go over the payment plans, that you will support it, because that money is sitting there. It's not new money. It's money that's already been appropriated or voted on in 2023. It has been sitting there in a note. And so that money is sitting there available. And I am glad that the council is looking to support grant money, because you're right, we do go. And they did get grant money for the other part of Lafayette Park too. So grants were applied for that park and were awarded for $100,000 towards the projects there. Thank you.
I can respond to her.
Please.
I just want to add that I understand what you're saying, but I never supported that, knowing the debt that we were in.
Sure.
Myself and Councilman Scarpa, if you recall, voted
I
no
did.
to bond that. So I hear what you're saying, but I wasn't in support of it. I understand that we bonded the money, but we used that money to pay down some of our debt. we need to focus on,
You'll get $6 back to your household for
thank
that,
you.
per person, $6.
So I just want to follow up on Councilwoman Castellino's astute observation, but it is one of the issues that I think the council needs to address through the debt management plan, which is to stop issuing debt, incurring interest on the borrowed money, and letting it sit around for a couple of years. That is just not good financial practice. So that's what's sitting there. Again, I'll repeat it, what I said before. I anticipated that it was only going to take us a couple of months to put together a debt management plan, and then we would come back to this and almost certainly approve it because it's a great project. Now, I got to say, I'm absolutely wrong. In the last month, virtually nothing has been done to move for the debt management plan. And so I guess we'll just have to see. But it's my fervent hope that we move forward on the debt management plan and as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Council President, for your statements.
Can I just ask when we're going to get it? When are we going to get the debt management and when are we going to get the budget?
Well,
It's now.
well,
It's April.
funny you
You
ask.
did the budget last year. And I think you introduced when?
We're getting away
June?
from that practice. We don't want to do
You know.
that kind of thing anymore.
So we're working on it. There's been challenges with our ERP system that we're replacing with Edmunds. We're replacing our payroll system. You know, I'm doing all I can. I've been sitting here actually working on the debt plan. I don't know if you noticed, I haven't really looked up at anybody, but, you know, we're working on it.
I thought you were tracking baseball. That's what I'd be doing.
Wishes.
Yeah. So, you know, I'll try to get everything to you as soon as I can. It's just the back office stuff takes up the majority of my day. You know, it's not an excuse. I guess it is an excuse, but, you know, we'll work on it as fast as we can. You know, other than that, you know, you've as a council have authorized much larger sums of money than what we're asking you for today. So, you know, I think this fits in, just even looking at what your long-term debt service is falling off in 2029, you know, what we're asking for in these ordinances and contemplating probably permanently financing around then fits in with, you know, a sustainable debt plan. But I'm working on the individual schedules and look to get you something soon as I can.
So this is news to me, so I want to follow this up. Did you just say you were looking to roll it over into longer debt in 29?
So I would, for these ordinances, when I needed the cash, when I would need the cash, I would get a note and then permanently finance probably in 2029, because we're going to go from paying, you know, this year in just the bonded debt, $8.3 million. But some of those older bonds, like the refunding bond from 2021.
They're much cheaper, right? Than today.
Yeah, the 2021 bond, or what is it? Our 2020 bond falls off near 2029. So that's when I
The
would.
debt service falls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So I would do new permanent financing then. So you would take advantage of the debt cliff and then do new permanent financing. Because the difference when you do a note, you know, if I go and get a $10 million note, I just pay the interest on it. I'm not paying any principal. Once you permanently finance, you've locked in. It's like a mortgage. You got to pay principal back. So permanent financing is much more expensive because you're going to pay it off over the course of 10 years. Included with all the ordinances that we did, I put in there a cost to the average taxpayer, and I gave you a conforming bond schedule. What does that mean? A conforming bond schedule simply means I divided the principal up evenly, and I applied a very conservative interest rate. You know, the schedules can be played around with in that the succeeding principal payment always has to be larger than the one before, but you can kind of, you know, spread it out. You could say, I'll do 200,000 for this year, and then we'll do 210 next year, but then I have a debt cliff in year 3, so I'll do 250. I just did it very evenly. And I showed you what the interest would be on these 10-year bond issuances for the 2 and 8-year for the other. And I gave you what the cost of the average taxpayer was per year and over the course of the bond. So I tried to make it as real world as possible. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point. It's rambling on.
Standard, actually.
Those are a few state.
Okay, so when you say you give it, you mean you're putting it into your plan. You haven't actually sent us an email or a spreadsheet or anything
Oh,
like
no,
that?
we have we have a presentation. Sorry, I didn't know if they actually went to you. I apologize. I'm saying it like you got it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I don't think we're moving to a presentation now. I mean, you guys are leaving at, yeah, what time is it? Oh,
You can take
my
it.
computer
Yeah, take
died.
it with it.
Okay. So, also on this, Mr. Tiniak's response, it says that, that he expects to give us is this the budget? Or is this just the?
Yeah, I'll give you the budget. So I
What
wanted
is
to,
this you're giving us? I'm sorry.
I'm going to give you the budget on Friday. I wanted to give you the budget today. You're used to having, it's like budget prep software in Munidex. We couldn't roll Munidex over the weekend. We couldn't roll it today. They're rolling it tomorrow. Then I'll be able to actually give you something where you can plug in, your council requests. So, hopefully if they can roll our Munidex, then we'll be able to give you that budget prep or their new version of budget prep.
Can I just say something? Thank you for doing this.
Yes, thank you.
This is really helpful.
Thank you, Director.
We know how hard you're working.
And
on this
Mr.
stuff.
Detiniak.
Now, this is all our engineer.
Okay, where were we before the good news?
I think we have to vote on,
No, we already
voted. 2911, okay.
Yeah, we voted, so
2912.
we're on 2912. Shall we go on?
Yes, please.
About 2912. If I want to make an amendment to it, we can't vote on it to introduce it because once it's introduced, it's passed.
Well,
Right.
Well, yeah, but you can change it for the second hearing.
that's the whole point.
Yeah.
You introduce it and then you can make the amendment for them.
You can't make an amendment on second reading. This is, it will be considered.
What you can do is make the amendment tonight,
Yes.
present it to legal or whoever made up, Mark Moon, and then have the final document. Right, okay, so let me just read into the record. 2912-25, an ordinance amending chapter 11, section 3.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, license fees maximum number. This has to do with the ABC liquor licenses. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
You have to make the amendments before we introduce it? 'Cause once it's
Can't
introduced-
do that. You gotta introduce it.
Mr. Burr?
You introduce it. and then pass.
That's Yeah, we voted 5-0, yeah. Mr. Burke, if they want to make an amendment, do we take a vote to introduce on first reading and then make the amendment?
I think that's fine if you do it that way.
Okay. Because then we can vote to make the amendment and then, Okay, so is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
I make a motion to introduce.
A
on
second.
First reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. And now Councilwoman Geber Michael.
I have questions.
So, if I could just get clear on this, what is the process, Mr. Burke? If we already know after it's been approved on first reading, there's going to be some proposed amendment or amendments. Is that something we can do now as the council, and then we would see if we approve those amendments? Or would they be offered sometime between now and the next council meeting when it would come up for second
second reading.
If you wanted to do this in 2 readings, I would make amendments tonight.
Okay.
If we need legal advice for that or something, you might need to wait for the second reading. If you make changes on the second reading, you can pass it in just a 3rd reading and do 3 readings that way. So that as long as there's 2 readings of it with the amendments, that's how it works. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Councilman Geber Michael.
So, I just want to voice some concerns on behalf of our small business community and residents. So I understand that the fee structures need to be updated over time, but this proposal, which is to increase our liquor license fees by 20% annually until they reach 2,500, feels excessive and rushed. Let's remember that many of our local restaurants, bars, and liquor stores are still trying to recover from COVID inflation and rising operating costs. If we continue to hike fees across the board, we're not just balancing the budget, we're creating new burdens. Other towns have raised their fees too, but not like this. So Maplewood increased their consumption license to about 1,500 in 2023. Montclair sits around 1,700. Livingston is still under 2,000 intentionally, I believe, because they don't want to drive away business. So, and I feel like West Orange, we're just like jumping straight to the maximum.
You can't.
No.
No, no.
Wait, please don't interrupt.
But it's my analogy that like 20% is such a substantial amount. And it feels like we're squeezing more money from small businesses and residents and I just don't think it's right. I also want to be clear that I do support revisiting fees. We did it, my first year here with the budget. We amended all those fees, whole fee list.
Right.
But I don't support policies that prioritize, what I feel is revenue over fairness. So I want to propose a couple of amendments. One is that we cap the fees at 2,000 instead of 2,500 and extend the phase-in period to spread the increases maybe over 6 to 8 years versus instead of 4. It just 20% seems hefty. Maybe do 10% every year or 5%. I don't know. I don't want it. When I look at the numbers and see how much they're jumping up every year, it's several hundreds of dollars.
Mhm.
When they have the mercantile license, they have this license. Businesses in the SID have the SID fee that they're paying. It seems excessive to me. I don't want to hurt them. And so my motion is to cap, I guess my first amendment is I make a motion to cap the fees at 2,000.
Okay, but that's a state ordinance. That's 2,500 is the state ordinance. So we don't have to go up to that, but that is a state ordinance that says it's capped at 2,500.
But I thought in our town, we can't exceed the state limit, meaning we can't say that we want to increase it to 3,000 because the state is at 2,500. But if we wanted to reduce it, my understanding is that we can reduce it. So I don't know if legal can answer that question and find out. Other towns haven't increased it to.
Right, you don't have to go up
Okay.
that high.
So then I would like to. Well, first of all, I want to hear from legal about the 2,500, see if we can do it. I don't know if Mr. Cantor can answer that question for the next meeting. Is he's our ABC.
Yeah, and
counsel.
Antonelli.
Yeah, Antonelli, I mean,
Yeah.
sorry.
No.
And then I would like to then at least amend it to say 10% instead of 20%. 20% just seems really high. Talking
Okay.
about it over $300 increase for some of these places in 1 year.
Okay, so I think at this point, she has made clear what her First Amendment would be.
Mhm.
So now there needs to be a motion and a second and a vote. A motion and a second and Councilwoman Castellino
Question.
would get to speak. Right, I
So,
think that's the way to do, but
well, we could, to have discussion, do we, okay, so let me.
we usually don't do discussion unless there's a motion on the floor. So the first step. would
Motion's
be-
on the floor,
Mhm.
but I can't
But there's
vote
not a second.
on her decision without asking my question.
Oh, you can't.
No.
It can be
Oh.
seconded, yes, I think you can ask her.
Okay,
That's-
so my question is, what, so what was behind these rate increases? And, how did you determine the 20%? Is that standard? So I want to get a little background on why the fees were raised before I hear you. And I'm the first one to support our small business owners,
Right.
but I also want to hear the logic of why this was done.
Well, the logic is that the the fees have not been raised, as far as I know, ever since they were implemented. I don't know exactly when they were implemented, but I go back as far as 1998. The fees have not been increased. The thing that motivated this was I received a email from my clerks association from another clerk that was looking to raise her fees. And I know that, the time is coming up to renew licenses, so this would have to be done prior to that. And in order to generate revenue for the township, which we're always looking to do, I asked Roseland in particular to send me their resolution that they passed, because they did it basically the way we set it up, like year this is this, the next year is this, the next year is this, whatever. And I thought that was a great idea, instead of, continue to bring it back every single year, just increase it. And I understand what you're saying completely. So if I could make a suggestion, instead of every year doing this, maybe every other year, then it's like 20 and then nothing the next year. So it works out to be 10, 10, or do 10% every other year. I don't know how you want to break it down, but it is time to raise them. They've never, ever been raised. But, and I have literally been bringing this up for about 10 years and nothing has happened. So, there's always pushback, and yet there's always, we need to bring in revenue, and then I give an idea to bring in revenue, and then there's pushback on it. And I get it. It's a balancing act, but, the restaurants, maybe the smaller ones, I don't know, but, some of them do very, very well. And, I think it's fair.
If you saw my response to I think it was the council president's questions, and this is not a dig at Antonelli Cantor. They're doing their job, and they're going to get, any other attorney's going to get paid just like them. So it's a lot of money. It costs a lot of money for ABC counsel, police overtime for these hearings. With the court violations, police overtime, there's a lot of money out there being spent on ABC stuff. If it doesn't come from the ABC license holder, it's coming from the taxpayer, because either way, it's getting paid.
Yeah, so.
Anyone else?
I'm okay.
Okay, the motion is on the floor. The motion has been made. It's not on the floor.
Yeah, the motion to amend
Yes, the motion
by
to amend.
10%.
Thank you. By 10%.
Would you go 5?
I
Or
wouldn't do
lower?
5%. I think it's fair. I don't want to hurt our business owners. I'm fine with 5%,
Okay, so are you withdrawing your motion and
If-
remaking it?
if Councilwoman.
Well, making it 15% instead of a 20% increase.
No,
No.
10. We shouldn't do more than 10. Why? I mean, for 5% difference,
The percentage sounds more than the increase.
it's a 20% is a significant increase if you looked at the dollar amounts. So I made a motion to increase 10%
Right
every
now,
year.
the license for consumption license is $1,135 and change. This would increase it to $1,362 and change. It's an annual fee. I don't think that's unreasonable.
$20 a month.
I don't
Yeah,
think that's
it's-
unreasonable.
I don't
Okay.
think that's
All right, you
unreasonable,
guys
but
vote the way you want to vote. Let's move on. It's 10:56.
Okay, so you're saying you're sticking with the motion
Correct.
to raise them 10% a year. Okay. Is there a second?
second. Who seconded it? I'll second it. Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
This is a motion to amend.
Yeah, that's a motion to amend from 20 to 10.
I'm having trouble with this. I need more time to examine it.
Okay, we can come back to you. We'll just pass. Oh, are you saying you can't vote tonight? Is that-
I mean, no, I want to vote tonight.
Ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah. I'm gonna say no, sorry.
Don't be sorry to me.
One glass of
Be
wine.
sorry to the business owners.
Great,
Literally one glass of wine
yeah,
a month.
I know. Okay, sorry. Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, it's 3-2, so that motion carries. Okay, so it'd be 10 that we have to
So
reconfigure.
be 10 per year then.
10 per year.
And then the second motion I'd like to make is to cap the fees at 2,000, which I believe we can do. We can find out from legal. And if they say we can't do that, then we can just ignore it for the next meeting. And if they say we can, we just put it in.
Yeah, you can, it's up to 2,500. I
Yeah.
think I have the statute here. 1 second, I believe.
That's
So it's a
fine.
state
Whatever you-
statute, so
It's two-
we can't amend a state statute, right?
Yeah, it's between $250 and $2,500.
Correct. I understand that, but my point in making this motion is that our ordinance wants to go up to 2,500 and I want to be able to protect these people and do it at 2,000. I just feel like 2,500 is too much.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the state statute says the fee can be not
Up
less
to.
Yeah.
than 250 and not more than 2,500.
Which is what I thought when I articulated myself. Thank you so much, Mr. Burke. So the second motion I'd like to make is to cap the fees at 2,000 instead of 2,500.
Yeah, I think that's too low, Councilwoman.
Oh, I disagree. When we get to the 2,000, then we can see where it is, whoever's still on the council by then, and then increase it if they choose to.
Okay,
Increase the cap.
Will it be at 2005 years from now?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I think that's too low.
Yearly 10% increase. but they wanted to
26,
go up to
27.
2,500.
So yearly,
Yeah.
what is it
Yearly,
yearly
it's
right
gonna
now?
probably not. It's.
I'm sorry, what are we discussing now? I know I'm the council president, but what are we discussing now? You can go up to 2,500, yeah. Right, right. So,
Once we get to 2,000.
and Mr. Burke has said that that's okay to
Let it ride.
move a motion to cap it at $2,000. So
Right.
we
You
have
want
a
to cap it.
motion.
How many years?
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
No.
The motion fails.
Okay. At least we protect the business owners, the 10% versus 20% increase every year.
Okay, so, okay.
Okay.
Oh, so. And then,
Now, we've already approved it. We've already approved it on first reading. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay, 2913-25. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7 Traffic subsection 7-32.1 Handicap Parking on Streets and 7-32.2 Restricted Parking Zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on
I make a motion.
first
to
reading?
introduce on
I'll
first
second.
reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries. Okay. 2914-25 was removed. 2915-25 bond ordinance providing for various roadway improvements by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $10,030,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $6,714,669 bonds or notes of the township to finance the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce?
I make a
on first
motion to introduce on first
I'll
reading.
second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Krokoviac.
Yes, and this is the bond ordinance that we've been talking about for much of our meeting today to make improvements, safety and restoration or reconstruction improvements down on South Valley.
Right. Bond ordinance providing, I'm sorry, ordinance 2916-25, bond ordinance providing for buildings and grounds improvements along Rooney Circle by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $2,170,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,066,840 bonds or notes of the township to finance the parts of the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
I'll make a motion to introduce. This is for the public library.
Oh, okay. Is there a second?
Okay.
Seeing none, the motion fails. Okay. 2917-25 bond ordinance providing for various 2025 capital acquisitions and improvements by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $635,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $605,600 bonds or notes of the township to finance the part of the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
I'll make a motion to introduce on first reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Uh,
Discussion.
Yeah.
It just failed. There's no reason. to-
No,
it
it
just
does
failed.
fail. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need
four.
Four to
Sorry,
introduce for a
I was
bond.
wrong. So
You need
sorry.
four.
Fails.
Commentary.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause I didn't get to do it for 2916 either. We moved so quickly into 2917, so I'll start with 2916. The current language is very vague in this ordinance, making it very difficult for the council to make informed decisions. This ordinance, like others before it, lacks, I believe, the necessary clarity on the scope of the work that needs to be done, and the detailed breakdown of the improvements, including safety considerations, and where in Rooney Circle. Nowhere did I see it mention the library, it just says, Rooney Circle. So I think before we bond significant amounts of money, we need to know exactly what we're bonding. Yeah, but we didn't have that.
Wait, okay?
Talk about what was in. the
You're
actual-
still speaking.
Yes.
When you're finished speaking, let me know and we'll
Sure.
get response, please.
Speaking to the ordinance that we voted on, not the bond grant ordinance.
2916.
Yes, so then, and then for 2917.
Wait, let's just stick with 2916 for a second.
Okay.
Okay, please. So I don't know who wanted to talk about this. We actually did get some response either late yesterday or today. And it did talk about this,
I did.
but
Didn't get to see it, I'm sorry. Does that
Right.
work?
so there's material there and I'm not sure further discussion on your part, and if you don't know, but I would like to raise the issue because the material that we got back indicated that the U.S. Department of Education, their Civil Rights Division is investigating a complaint about discrimination based upon handicap that someone made or some people, I don't know, that the complainant is not identified. It talks about it, there are allegedly certain areas of the library that violate the law for handicap access. There's also, so that's actually in there, the actual letter that discloses the investigation. It also asks questions, and then the library attorney representing the library responded I guess a few weeks later. And that's the material that we have now. So I'm certainly interested in finding out more about this to see if this is something that we want to do. I do have to say, we have spent a ton of money on this library, and I'm not sure that now is the right time to it, but if we could get more information, that perhaps we could consider this again. But I do want to find out not only what the status of the investigation is, but I also want to understand what aspects of this project do we need to do if the investigation has sustained an enforcement action as opposed to the entire project. So I can see Mr. Smeraldo.
So first of all, we need to clarify one thing and I'm gonna ask the director to get up too and to help speak about this, but we did get a complaint from the U.S. Department of Education. The complainant is not identified because it's considered their matter and they're acting on their behalf. So we don't know who the complaint was, but except for it's the U.S. Department of Education. Second, what we need to really delineate, people have to, this is not the West Orange Library. The access was to the library, but this is 10 Rooney Circle. It's property of the Township of West Orange. So we have a property, which we have a tenant on the second floor. We have a tenant on the first floor, which happens to be our library, and a lower lobby. This project is about, and this complaint was received about access to the library, but it's also tying into the building itself. What this presentation we have here for you today that we for consideration is to address the concerns of the U.S. Department of Education and also address the concerns of the residents who were trying to traverse to the library because of these. There was one complaint to the U.S. Department of Education. We've received countless numbers about access to the building. So, but this all-encompassing project includes using efficient lighting in the parking lot, because the current lighting that's out there has been deemed not salvageable, it's not, we shouldn't be repairing, putting bad money into, or good money into a bad product. We're putting in gutters and rain recovery systems in the center parking lot. We're identifying the areas where we're supposed to park. We're upgrading all the electric based on the needs of the power grid. We're looking at putting in charging stations for electric vehicle. We're trying to make this more environmentally friendly. Environmentally friendly costs money in addition to the education. That's a synopsis of what we're trying to do here. And that's also trying to make sure that we have access and live up to our contracts that we have with our one tenant, and to ensure a somewhat smooth transition for people to get into the building, into the library, which is affiliated with the township.
So I recognize that Councilwoman wants to speak, but I just want to follow up. Is there any update to the status of the investigation?
The status of the investigation is pending on the improvements we do to the building.
Really?
Yes.
Could you please send us all the materials about this so that we as a council could understand better what's going on?
And some of it has to do, just so you know, with the handicap access parking outside the building, not so much the parking spaces, but getting from the parking spaces to the building, both in the upper and lower part of the lot. So that's part of what this discussion is. So I'll have to discuss with our attorney, because this was going through the. Let me make sure what I can release to you is releasable. That's all. Just give me the day to find out, and then we'll do that. Okay, because it is an ongoing investigation, and sometimes investigations, there's certain things we can and cannot, unless we do something maybe like an executive session or something to that fact.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
But let me just check with our legal just to make sure I'm giving you the proper information you need.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Okay, so what I would like to recommend, because again, here we are to talk about something extremely important, because we, like it or not, former council bought a building, which we own, so tag you're it. So we have a responsibility to maintain that building. And so where we have this presentation we received now, and the way we used to do things is you get something a first reading, get your homework done by the second meeting, and then you go move and approve it. I recommend that 2 members, I'm pretty well versed with a lot of this, sit down with administration to go over, because there's work that needs to be done there. Phase 2 should have been done last year. Now this building's open, what, 2 years now, Chief, right?
Worry about that, yeah.
And as someone who has gone in pushing a stroller at my age with my granddaughter, you know, it's tough to get in and out and maneuver. We need to fix this. We said right away that we were going to go to phase 2, and here we are again. So this should be looked at. We should get this done, number 1. Number 2, if you're worrying about revenue and pavement, I had made a recommendation. You know, we have the space there. We also have space across here. I know Mr. Smeraldo's been doing a feasibility study, because I asked questions on how I found out information. But I highly recommend that we rent out that extra space that is sitting there dormant. I know we've been trying to figure out who to go in there, but that may be a way to help pay down some bonds by getting additional rent other than the 3rd floor tenant. So we do have, space in there, whether we could utilize it or not. Offices are coming back. People are going back to work. It may be an opportunity for us to make additional income that could pay for the building itself. So we do own the building. We do need to plan how to pay for it. And, hopefully that will help, but I think it's something that shouldn't be done at this late hour, but it should be done at an off meeting. So I'm going to recommend if you could have a committee meeting to get this, so next time we get it back on the agenda, we can move forward with it.
Township also collects $1.3 million a year in rent, so,
Yeah.
you could probably figure out what of that would be taxes if it was still privately owned as an office building, although who knows if it would be filled. I would defer to Mr. Deteniak, but you could probably establish a trust fund so that that money is just put back into those four corners of that building, if that's something you wanted to do. Pay down
great
bonded
idea.
debt, that would
Yeah.
improve the library, improve the parking lot, whatever.
Mr.
Can that be done?
Tiniak, do you want to weigh in here?
We couldn't do that. No. Not without like express written consent of the Division of Local Government Services, and I'll speak for them. They probably wouldn't go for that, but it will remain a very significant miscellaneous road, one of our most significant, right up there with, our larger pilots. So you're correct, Chief, in that, that far exceeds the taxes we would have got on that.
Wishful thinking.
So,
So before I call on Councilwoman, has the tenant re-upped for additional years?
The tenant, we have a contract, I believe it goes through 2030, but we have, I have to double check the contract. I believe it goes to 2030, and the tenant has an escalating fee scale in there. So we went from 1.2 to 1.3 million there. So we have an escalating fee scale inside that contract.
Okay, so when I voted against buying this building, I did it with the understanding that the lease was coming due just in the next year or two. Is that not the case? The lease has been renegotiated. It sounds like it's added another 5 years. Is that what's happening?
I can't answer that, council person. I know, all I know is the contract that I have read. I believe the contract was signed. I don't want to misspeak. Let me do my information. I'll pull up the contract for you. Okay, because there are certain things in the contract that if we go to share, there is definitely a clause in there that this thing cannot be shared by people because of due to the sensitivity and nature of the tenant. Okay, so let me just make sure that what I can release to you is permissible before.
Okay, and just send it to the council.
And I can probably tell you those, I can give you those parameters of, how long the contract is for.
Okay.
All right, and what the escalating fee would be.
Despite what's going on in Washington, which could change everything, if there's no more of these people around. That aside, we've had talks with the feds on, it's a whole different agency that does the property leasing. It's not the people that are there. And I would tell you right out, like, I didn't get the impression they're going anywhere. Like, they're here for as long as that building's standing. That's the impression I got in dealing with them.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the impression is right now, we will probably be renegotiating with them at some point.
okay. Councilwoman.
So I'd like to thank the administration for explaining all of this, and hopefully you guys can bring this back on first reading in the next meeting, and that we can go into executive session. Because if there was litigation, the council should have been informed. Anytime there's litigation, the council should, as the governing body and the, checks and balance legislative branch, should always be informed of
Well,
any type of.
This is not litigation.
Litigation.
I thought
This is
there
an
was
investigation.
litigation. Well,
No.
even investigation, something like this, which is serious, which
Well,
impacts the way we vote. At least, you might not be able to give us details, but at least let us know, hey, it's important that we vote on this because we have this investigation by so-and-so for X, Y, and Z, or maybe you can't tell us what X, Y, and Z is yet. We get it, but it would be nice to, again, just to have that information. On that note, because that's the last ordinance, I'm going to ask to be excused. I'm not feeling well. My back is really, really hurting. I'm in a lot of pain, so I have to go home and.
Please do.
It's not the
Certainly
last
understand.
ordinance.
It is because we
Is
voted,
it?
the other one.
It is the last one.
Because you and I voted for it and one other person did, but 2 people voted no.
What, 2918?
No, we're
Oh,
on 20.
2017, sorry.
Can I just,
We voted on 2017, not 18. I was looking at the old
Okay.
agenda.
Council?
So 17 is what they will.
Failed.
Just a second.
Yeah.
We can bring it back. Basically.
Can you please vote on 2918 and go back and have discussion so I can vote on the stormwater ordinance, please? Thank you.
Okay, so Councilwoman Geber Michael is asking us to move on. I think there's one more ordinance, isn't there?
There is.
2918 stormwater.
Yes, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 25, section 29 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange based on recommendations of the New Jersey Stormwater Best Management Practices Manual.
I
Is
make
there-
a motion to pass the stormwater.
I'll
To
second,
introduce.
to introduce,
Yeah,
I'll
on
second.
first reading. Thank you.
So-
And Councilwoman, you seconded it. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Could I just ask for clarity on ordinance 2917 that we previously voted on? Did that ordinance pass or fail?
Failed.
Failed. You need 4.
We
So it
needed,
failed 3-2.
correct.
Thank
And
you.
that's the one we want to bring back next meeting. Is that correct? No,
No.
I
I
don't
think it was the other one.
That was the other one on the library.
Because it's important to be handicap accessible.
2916 is the one.
I recommend.
Right.
I
I'm
recommend-
bringing them both
I
back.
recommend you bring both back because one's a parking lot for the downtown area. And I highly recommend that 2 of you sit with the engineer or Mr. Tiniak and go over these bonds. So, because we have properties that need improvement and you gotta sit down. You gotta, get your questions answered in person. They will be helpful for you.
Yeah, I was just referencing that we didn't forget the first one, which was 2916.
Yeah,
Definitely
thank
bring
you,
them both back. I mean, I
Councilwoman.
voted for the other ones.
So we have a consensus. We want them both back on the net on 422.
And we should go into executive session.
Yes,
Do
I
their
wrote that
diligence
down.
beforehand. All right.
And
Wait, we have
Yeah.
to, we have to vote for the stormwater.
no, we just did.
Oh, Steve.
Surprise.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you, thank you. So I just want to add, can I say something about the
Sure.
stormwater?
Sure.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to the engineer for upgrading our stormwater regulations. This is a significant change. I would like to make a strong suggestion that everybody who is dealing with land use issues, including the council and the both boards of the planning board and the zoning board, be trained and educated on what the
Yeah.
changes are for stormwater. I've spoken with Mike Pizarro from the Watershed Institute, and he is willing to put together a training class for all of those who are elected or appointed to those boards. And I would just like to recommend to my council colleagues that you support a motion that along with this ordinance, that we have mandated training that everybody has to sign off on.
I think that's very important because I know I've spent a lot of time learning about this and working with Mike Pizarro, and it's a lot to learn. And the planning board and the zoning board people need to understand this stuff.
If I could, I think that's a good idea, but I think you should deal with the interim business administrator and see if you guys can put together an action plan on that.
Yes,
Okay, great.
yes.
Council President, the only thing I would ask is, first of all, the planning board does do training, because I sit on the planning board, we have that. I don't know, the only thing I would say, I would suggest, if, before we put a motion forward, to find out if the land use rules allow it to happen, this body tells the other body how to train themselves. I would just, I just asked council, but we're gonna have to look into that.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we do it or not, but I'm just saying,
No one's made a motion.
okay.
I'm not going to make a motion tonight.
I
I think there
didn't-
needs to be
okay.
further discussion.
But I think it's for
And
further
bring back-
discussion. You may want to find out if the one governing body can tell another
Yeah,
other body
Because
what
they're-
kind of training they have. There are mandates to train every council. Everybody who sits on the planning board has to take intro and other kind of classes. So, and I could speak to the chairman to find out more definitively too.
I understand, but I think.
We're not
that
afraid of training. Nobody's
Right.
opposed to training. I just want to make sure that we.
Yeah.
This,
we're doing
this
it
has
right.
been a
Right.
significant enhancement. So, however we can do it, I recommend that every board be educated on how the stormwater
Yeah, I don't think
regulations have
anybody's
been
opposed to
upgraded.
Education. I'm just making sure from the legal standpoint.
Process.
Right.
I also want to just do a quick shout out to our neighbor and friend, Jessica Pearson, who helped us enormously understand this, and the importance of this issue, and help us to get to a point where we can work with our engineer to make these upgrades.
And Ms.
And-
Carbala.
Right.
Yeah,
Of course,
she spent a
of
lot of
course.
time with us, a lot of patience
But
as we brought in experts and talked about this.
I think that what we saw from working with Jessica Pearson is that what happens in our town affects the other towns. And
Yeah.
if our stormwater isn't strong, it affects Verona, it affects Roseland, it affects every place else around. So thank you and a big shout out to Jessica Pearson for all of her tremendous help.
And I just want to make comment, I want to thank you both for the time spent with our engineer and because I think when I appreciate all the time and the due diligence on it, because
It's hard to
didn't-
understand. It's a lot to
it's a
understand.
lot. There's a lot to it.
Yeah.
I went over it with her today. But again, it's easier to get these things moved and passed when everybody's working together. So I appreciate that effort.
We'll keep it up.
Keep at it.
All right, I think we are now at pending matters, new matters and council discussion.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
These things, one thing.
Yeah, they all fall.
The first thing is the proposed ordinance that I emailed everybody, I think yesterday. And this is just a summary of the items. It's the transparency ordinance I've been talking about for some time. And I don't want to read it or anything like that, but you can see there are seven sections. Thank you, Ms. Carvalho.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you
To
do.
provide additional transparency.
Sorry, Councilor.
Nope. It's a proposed ordinance on increasing transparency to include posting information on litigation involving the municipality. Small modifications to the public comment at council meetings, the website posting of the annual debt statements and supplemental debt statements. Also posting the details of debt issuance, the public safety blotter that's already been discussed earlier in the meeting, posting the bill list and issues to try to clarify the council email address. So I can certainly open it for discussion if I know it's late. So if everybody's decided they want to move this forward to first reading at an upcoming council meeting, we can take a vote now.
Yeah, I would like to, and I want to thank you for all your hard work. It's very important that we have this kind of transparency.
But can I ask a
We
question? Isn't all
certainly-
this on the website and all this? Like, I'm looking down the list here. Like, how do you want it? Like, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish.
I'm trying to increase transparency. It's a 3 or 4 page ordinance. And the devil is in the details, Councilwoman.
All right, so I guess I'll support it. I mean, I want to read it. I mean, I support, so
Yes.
you want them to create this and then,
No, the material is already created. It's essentially just putting it up on the website and the public comment at council meetings. It's just setting the standard for how we're going to move forward going forward. The public comment is essentially moving the podium, the speakers back to this podium and also trying to move forward on allowing Zoom public comment. So
Council President.
wait. Just before, the ordinance also says that if the council says that something is not working, then we can make changes or we can set it aside. So the council at some point made changes on both of those issues,
well, safety issue.
but we've got an armed guard about
Right.
3 feet from the
And people
podium. So I
complain the
think-
back is to the camera.
Yes,
And people want to
exactly.
see someone's face when they make public comment.
I get it.
I don't
Yeah,
think the
it's not
safety.
a big
issue
deal.
is here.
I don't think it's a big deal. The Zoom could be a big deal.
Well.
We're trying to figure out a way to make that happen.
We're on that call
Uh,
and sit in our seat. It was
No, I
uncomfortable.
understand.
Yeah,
I
terrible.
understand.
Terrible.
You do not have to tell me how terrible it was.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And, but I want to, yes, I want to try to figure out how we can give more access to residents, particularly the ones that either can't or attend in person. And I don't think it's a matter of discrimination, but I don't think it's equal treatment to people that they can only make public comment if they get in their car and come down here when they can just fire up their laptop and do the exact same thing. So,
Can we?
again, it's, again, let me just say this. This is just to move it to first reading, right? So if, unless you're totally against this at this point, I would just suggest either abstaining or voting for it, because you're going to have at least 2 more shots to vote against it or to modify it.
So
Please go
So
ahead.
here's my comment, and it could be a compromise. I totally don't think we should go back to Zoom. School board's not on Zoom. I think the planning board should be, all the planning board meetings should be in person. Same thing with the zoning board. I think everybody needs to come back in. With that being said, and if I'm gonna get outvoted, the only recommendation I hope you consider, if you want to do Zoom, just do ordinances on second readings. Don't do every public comment. We are here, look what time it is now. Once you open that Zoom, we're never gonna get to the order of the business. We're never gonna, it's not gonna happen. So I think it's a big mistake. I cannot support it in any way, but if I'm outvoted, I really want you to seriously think, just do it for a second reading. If you're that, you're concerned about, because anybody else could, and we get emails and calls all the time. So if they need to reach out to us, you're doing these Thursday night meetings, and you have people that came in, talked a little looser. So you are providing another avenue to reach you. So again, and we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can I
it's
ask
11:30.
We'll be here too.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just wondering why you think it should be at the second reading rather than the first reading. Because the first reading is when, yeah, you can make changes and we're more open to.
Comment anyway. They can't make a
Oh, they can't
comment.
make it, they can't,
Yeah.
that's right.
At the second
Okay.
reading, by then, some of these meetings, it is midnight.
Yeah.
So I know they would want to be home, because especially for somebody, you're putting a stop sign in front of their house or something of another nature.
Can we make the Zoom?
Wait. Finish what you have to
But
say.
that's my piece. I'm gonna vote no for any Zoom, because I still have like flashbacks of that night.
Yeah.
And again, we're never gonna get through our meetings if you open up Zoom.
And also, Council President, public comment, when you have a public meeting, you have to allow for public comment, and I don't think you can limit it to only second and final reading ordinances. It would have to be all or nothing.
Would we be able to limit it to Zoom has to come on after we've finished our business at the very
I
end
think
of the
there's
meeting?
certain things you
do
can
the Zoom
implement.
audience?
Like I know I'm not sure exactly what Livingston does, but I think I don't know if you have to sign up ahead of time or you have to I think people send in their questions. It's something like, I could reach out to the clerk tomorrow,
Yeah,
but
I'm curious, but the
Yeah.
key is we have to be able to do our business when we're not tired.
100%.
And if we do
If you
have
open it
the
up to
Zoom,
Zoom.
it's gonna take another hour on.
And
public
then I'll
comment.
start leaving and go home at 11.
We didn't start our business tonight until after 10
I
o'clock.
know.
It was 10:30 last
That's right.
time.
I
So
know.
it's,
Well, we can always vote down certain sections of the ordinance, but I think that we should agree to allow this to move forward to a first reading.
and can I just say one other thing? The bill list, all you have to do is ask me to post it with the agenda, and I literally no issue with that whatsoever.
That's actually all it says.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't need to have it written in an ordinance to do that. That's, of course, can be accommodated very easily. The annual debt statements and the supplemental debt statements. Oh, John's not here. I thought they already went on the website.
Well, they used to.
Oh, they don't anymore?
They
So
haven't
even
been
the
for a while.
supplemental debt statement, I would have that. I could put that up with the ordinance. So,
That's actually what the proposed ordinance says.
and I didn't even see.
We
the
want to make it
ordinance.
Man,
practice.
you could do this.
Good,
for us.
right?
It's not,
Yeah.
do
that's
this
hard
for
for you
us.
to do.
Yeah, so I'll make sure that I start doing that
You just live
regardless
in
of.
town.
Yeah.
Rats.
Yeah.
You can't
Before
run.
we even get the
Oh, you
ordinance.
do?
Let's
Oh,
see
I
it
thought you
go.
did. Oh,
Yeah, no, you said that before too, and I said, yeah, I live in town.
don't embarrass
I've
me.
been here for 15 years, Joe.
Uh,
Yeah, so almost 16.
So
and then I grew up
why don't we
here.
send it to you so you can actually carve it up?
All right.
Much more exacting.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm gonna send it to legal so that they can
Right.
format it and review it, make sure everything's legal about it and
Yes.
so on and
As
so
per
forth.
our ordinance.
Right, exactly.
Okay, what do we got next?
Okay,
All right,
so
okay.
I think we have to take a vote.
Oh,
It takes three to move forward.
okay, to put it on for first reading.
So I move that we move the proposed ordinance on increasing transparency
second.
to first reading.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes, but kill the Zoom.
Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael. Oh, she's not here, sorry. Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, so that will go on the next meeting.
So Councilwoman Geber Michael wanted to add discussion about a future visit to council chambers by the North Jersey chapter of Jack and Jill of America,
Mhm.
but we can't do that. So we will have to move that to the next meeting. She's a great advocate. I think it's a great organization, but I haven't had any of the conversations. So I think
Okay.
we'll just have to wait till the next meeting.
All right, so I'll put that on the agenda
Please.
for next time. Now we have to.
I have one more thing I'd like to add under discussion.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, Councilwoman.
There's nobody from the count. there's
Okay.
nobody- there's
I would
nobody
like,
the
I would-
administration.
I would like changes to the noise ordinance to go on for first reading. I will make all of the proposals that I have by Wednesday. Is that the date that everything has to be in?
Yes.
To council? I've already presented most of them, but I'll make an additional change to try to address some of the concerns that were raised tonight.
Okay.
So I will have all of that in by Wednesday.
Okay, so
But can you send it to us?
Yes, I
You
will
have to
send it
have
to
it to
everybody earlier. Get council feedback. I don't know how to do that, actually.
send it
could
to
send-
me
Yeah,
and
she'll send.
I'll
it back.
arrange for that. However, if you want it on for first reading at the next meeting,
You
you
gotta
have
vote
to-
on it now.
you have to provide it to legal so that they
Yes.
can review everything.
Yes.
And then so I don't know if it will be ready for the next meeting. We could attempt that, but it might be the meeting after that.
Okay, but
Yeah.
but I already sent in changes
Okay,
this time.
all right.
I'm
I'll
gonna just update it
yeah.
with one more change.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I just don't
it
want
shouldn't be such a
there
big
to be
deal.
a disappointment or why wasn't this on
But I
the,
also
you
need
know?
to talk to the downtown board too next week. I'd like to talk to them before we throw it on.
Well, how about if I get it to you before the end of the weekend?
Yeah, okay.
I can't because you need to circulate it. I could circulate it to everybody individually.
Yeah.
And then they can send me
Yes, you
back
could
their
do that.
comments.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, can't you circulate it and we just don't respond?
We just don't
No,
respond.
because everyone always responds.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Can't
Oh,
you
yes.
just respond to me privately
Without copying, yeah.
without copying anybody else?
Yeah, just send a BCC because it makes it
Yeah.
harder to respond to all.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I'm sure it drives you all crazy.
That's your new trick.
Okay,
Okay.
but in order to do this, we again have to take a vote.
Okay.
So do I hear a motion?
Make a motion.
I'll second.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
So that, we're gonna attempt to the next, and if not, the one after that, just so no one's disappointed in case it doesn't go on the next one. I just don't want anyone to come back and yell at it.
And there was another item that Councilwoman Geber Michael asked me to do, but my laptop died, so I
Good.
can't see my notes. Does anybody know what Councilwoman wanted to do? Okay,
She'll be here next time.
so I'm sorry. So let's move on to the,
EDC, so I need a motion to adjourn the council meeting and enter into EDC.
Make a motion.
I'll second.
Where's my AB? Oh, I put it over here.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
yes.
Okay, so.
Almost.
Well,
Oh, I
for,
guess we are.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
are. It's
ready.
we adjourned, so you could say goodnight. Yeah.
Yes, good night to everyone.
Good night, West
Good night, West
Orange.
Thank you for sticking with us. Hope it was entertaining.